Good morning. My name is Piotr Kudryavtsev. I'm the founder and CEO of City Makers, and I'm really happy to open the session for Sustainable City track. It's the third room of the Moscow Urban Forum. And it is dedicated to the problems that are facing actually the whole entire planet. I think it's important that we have a number of amazing speakers who will talk about how we deal with most actual problems of the world, especially connected with the cities. Today, we're opening the first session with a great architect, innovator, whose name is Arthur Huang, the founder of MiniWiz, and a pioneer and innovator in the circular economy. Under his leadership, MiniWiz has been recycling waste all over the world and creating innovative products and constructing some pretty impressive buildings. As founder of and the CEO of MiniWiz, Arthur is focused on accelerating the shift from the closed-loop circular economy, where all the products are made from recycled materials, and eventually, even those products will be recycled. It's important that MiniWiz right now has quite a lot of already very well-known projects. One of them is Nike Labs, which is mostly made out of the waste. And the 37-story Pacific department store in China, in the town of Chengdu. Under Arthur's leadership, MiniWiz received the World Economic Forum's Technology Pioneer Award and Financial Times Earth Award, and the Wall Street Journal Asian Innovation Award. This is quite impressive. He is also a National Geographic explorer since 2016, and the World Economic Forum recognized him as the runner-up for the Circular Leadership Award 2019 in Davos. Arthur will show to us how garbage, how waste can become materials for building sustainable cities. Arthur, please.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the organizers to invite us. This is my very first type of engagement with Russia. I'm very so excited because this is a city, Moscow has always been a city I always wanted to go. I actually was hoping that we can actually go to this conference this time physically, but of course the COVID is still going, and now we get these virtual sessions. So thank you for the invitation, and right away, let me just get through what the hell that we are doing for the last 16 years in a very short time, so hopefully you can gain something from what we are doing and how is that going to be relating to you and your industries. First of all, the company is called MiniWiz, and it's called Zero Waste and Beyond, and this is something that we have been dedicating ourselves to for the last 16 years. So a lot of people always ask us who we are, what we sell, and why we do a certain things. Let me start with why we do a certain things. That's how we started. We don't try to sell anything in the beginning. No, what we're trying to say is we think in order for our society to be circular or more naturalistic, more biomimicry, we need to have zero waste, because the fact that when you produce anything, there's zero waste, then by itself, it is natural, okay? The system is actually digesting its own waste and turning that into new energy for new generation of product. And this we have not changed for 16 years. For the last 10 years, we have identified ourselves who we are as a waste material technology company. And I will explain more about that later. The reason is because there's many technology that's missing for the transformation of trash. So we have been identifying ourselves as who we are is a waste material technology company. And what we sell are constantly changing for the last 16 years. Every period, we sell different things. And now in the last 2 years, we're only selling upcycling infrastructure because that is exactly what the market needs at the moment, which is these factories to able to take trash and transform them into new generation of products. Okay, so the next one is just a brief of what we do, and here's a video.
We want to matter to the non-toxic future of our world. We want to matter to the sustainability of our community. At Miniwiz, it is our mission to change consumer behavior into a circular one. It is the only way for us as a species to sustainably consume our limited resources. Overconsumption is a complex system problem. There is no single miracle cure. We want to matter by proving human consumption can be satiated with our very own trash. We have dedicated ourselves to turning decades of environmental pollution into solutions that will enable us to live sustainably. We want to matter, so we turn ourselves into magicians of trash, inventing new ways of transforming our everyday trash into high-performance works of art. We turn milk packaging into the hottest sportswear fashion, plastic bottles into luxurious textile, cigarette butts into furniture and glasses. We want to matter, so we infiltrate the cities where the desire for luxury is cultivated. In Milan, in Berlin, in Beijing, in Taipei. We want to matter, so we design scalable technology, machines, softwares, utilizing the material and carbon footprint that we have already created. We research new ways to reuse trash, localized collection for turning waste into new products. To date, our lab has innovated over 1,200 new materials made from trash to unlock the upcycling potential of everyday waste, available in our cloud material database. We want to matter by giving our future generation hope. Please join us in this trash revolution against our own selfish inertia. Let's stop talking about the problem, take responsibility of our own action, and start doing. Because we all matter.
Okay, so now you probably got a brief idea of what we have been doing for the last 15 years. And here's the reason why this is not working, okay? Why it takes so long for us to make something real happen. All the material, doesn't matter if it's clothing, doesn't matter if it's packaging, doesn't matter if it's architecture or transportation. The maximum collection rate currently, it's only at 60%. That's very sad. That's in Germany, Japan, and Taiwan, 60%. Rest of us, for example, rest of the countries are basically way below 60%. We are talking about collection rate, okay? On top of that, there's only between 2 to 5% is actually being collected for reuse. That's and this is going up. The number is slowly going up and up and up. But initially, when we first started, it was literally less than 1%, okay? Most of that, where did all that material went? It actually went to heat recycling, and it actually went to landfill or shipped to Asia or Africa for disposal. What that means is it just goes straight into the ocean or open landfill or open dump, okay? And also, why, okay, even if we could collect all this material, where did all that material went? That material actually couldn't be processed. You see all these little arrows here? These are the gap in data that's needed to be transformed into a new generation of material. So for example, even the collectors will ask you, what is the type of shredding specification you need? What type of moisture level you need to keep the trash at? If you don't know the final engineering applications, you don't know the manufacturing technique, you don't know how you're going to transform that into what grade of materials, you will never be able to know any of these specifications. So for the last 16 years, the first step that Miniwiz did is to collect 1,200 new material that's to unlock these data. And we collected these data, all trying to get to 100% REACH certified, no VOC, and can be recyclable again. Okay, and through that database, this is a business plan we have since the beginning. Basically, the goal is trying to turn consumer into a recycler. That's an end goal. However, how do you get there? So we started off like, actually, unlike most consulting company, we started off from the beginning, from the manufacturing side, okay, not from the consulting idea transformation side. We started from the technology of productions. So we started from the blue, then we get to now closer to the orange and the yellow. Okay, so the material database is part of our green strategy. So for us to be able to use those data in all the design engineering and material R&D, and all the way to how do we collect the material. Okay, so recently, most of our work is on the yellow and orange side, which is called fast identification, tray bag, and trashpresso system, which is trying to take trash directly from the consumer. Instead of going through the collectors, we are trying to find a way for community to directly take the material themselves and transform it. So there's no additional carbon footprint, there's no more contamination, and there's no more leakage into the environment. So this is and how we survive in between is that we started with a B2B business model where we work with an international brand from the headquarters in the US all the way to Switzerland. And we try to transform all these materials with their waste that's existing in their manufacturing supply chain and turn that into new generation of product for these brands. And this is a database. Welcome to log into our website. And we open 300 materials, allows you to use SolidWorks or any type of new material simulation. So when you build a product, you know what type of material you can use with trash, okay? What type of trash you can use for your new generation of products. So this is trying to help designers and engineers to use trash more efficiently, and it's on our website. So in the 2020 project highlight, let's quickly just show you what we are working on as a upcycling infrastructure. So recently we're working with Singapore to turn PPE, medical waste, into new generation of materials. Okay, so we call that PPE recycling. So we're basically taking all the gowns, masks, and the hats, and the bed sheets and pillowcases. These are all being burned. We're taking those and we're going to a sterilization plant, and then we're doing an upcycling plant, turning that into new generation of PPE during the pandemic time. And of course, past pandemic, we can turn that into a new generation of architectural materials. And another project that we're working on currently is finishing, is a medical grade material that's made from trash. Basically, it's a modular Basically, there's a modular hospital system. It's all made from recycled aluminum with special coating that's antibacterial, antiviral, and also recycled polyester, which is everywhere from the curtains to all the gowns and all the way to the polypropylene, which are mostly all the PPE, turning that into this state-of-the-art ICU negative pressure containment wards. And we are currently completing 96 beds at Catholic University hospitals as a first demo site for this system to be deployed. And what's so interesting about this is in 2020, most of the supply chain around us, including Taiwan, is shut down. Many of our material come from China, many of our material come from Southeast Asia. And because during this pandemic, everything is shut down, so we have to do all the material collections, all the material processing, all within like 150 kilometers within Taiwan, okay? So we collect the aluminum, we collect the polypropylene, we collect the polyesters, all within our within this 150 kilometers radius, and we can produce these insulation pods. That's all made from recycled aluminum and recycled polypropylene and recycled PET. We are still continuing to do the last stretch of our mission is to make a consumer into a recycler, but they need to have an infrastructure to do that. So this is what we call a mobile intelligent recycling machinery. Here's a video, so quickly you know what we're talking about as being
4 years ago,
localized
Miniwiz started
infrastructure.
a journey to create the first mobile recycling line, the Trash Presso. Using press machines, shredders,
We are
ovens,
basically
and
trying to
other
take
industrial
recycling
equipment, Trash
plant
Presso
to
is
where the
able to
trash
recycle
happens
trash anywhere.
for the community.
While TP1 traveled around the world, Miniwiz developed a new generation of Trash Presso. A modular system with a smaller footprint for easier transportation and higher energy efficiency. With a new system of heat induction presses and specific molds for different parts, the process has become faster and more efficient. The new Trash Presso complements Robin, Miniwiz's smart trash collection system. We will track every single piece of your trash from the moment you throw it away till the time we put it back in the game. Furthermore, new Trash Presso can be upgraded with a robot arm that will do the dirty job. Technology, engineering, design, ingenuity, creativity, and passion. This is Trash Presso 2.0, the mini Trash Presso.
So we also tried to do exchange shops recently. Not recently, last year in Sardinia. What we are trying to do is to show that we can collect all the data from the consumer who recycle the material for us. We can give them digital tokens where they can be rewarded, and they can use that tokens to buy any product that's within that shop. Okay, that was the experiment we did, mainly to collect data for all the camera system. Okay, and I think it's very rewarding. We're constantly flooded with requests for this type of services. And every hour is it's a 20 square meter shops, literally filled with 50 people trying to engage with the robots, engage with the machine. The whole process now only takes 2.5 minutes. The latest generation one, which we are launching in 2021, will be much smaller, and it will be fully automatic. So, and we're very excited that finally we can get the price of these machines down further and further. So now it's able to let as many education institutions, many foundations, and many government are able to take up these systems in more volumes, in more numbers. So you can see some of the product we produce on site. We produce cups, we produce chair joints, we produce mosaic tiles. It's operating at 300 cycles a day, recycling 500 kgs of single-use plastic waste a day. That's not bad. We are talking about 1,000 people community can easily use that machine and take away most of the thermoplastic waste, single-use waste on site. And we did a lot of experiment with different places, all the way to train stations, etc. Okay.
Join Jackie Chan, international superstar, and Arthur Huang, Nat Geo's emerging explorer and,
so
structural
right now you're
engineer.
Seeing the,
Together they'll embark
Nat
on a
Geo
new
ad.
adventure
That was the very, very first,
full of eco-friendly
very
innovations
first,
and cutting-edge
idea.
green
You can see
technology.
how big it was.
Jackie
and
Chan's
how much
Green
we have
Heroes,
shrank in the last
Wednesday
4
night
years.
at 10 on National Geographic.
Okay, so rest of that, I'll just try to show you the reason why we have confidence to do all that is because we used to manufacture a lot of things for lots of different big companies and all trying to use 100% waste. So this is our office in Milan. We're trying to show that with all the collaboration we've been doing with all these different fashion brands from from Gucci's waste to all the way to Nike's waste, all the way to Starbucks waste. What can we do with all that waste? So we created our own showroom of what everything can be done with all this material. So literally can become part of a hotel. So we're just showing you how even iPhone glass that we throw away. By the way, iPhone glass is only 20% can be used, and rest of that is actually being thrown away in the manufacturing process. So from chairs, furnitures, tiles, all the way to the chandeliers, the chairs, even the beddings and the bed sheets, they're all made from 100% recycled material, even the artwork. And that is on the interior level. And now let's get to a little bit architecture level. So these are all buildings that we built from the very beginning, collect the material from its own citizens using these wastes, and then recreate, then remanufacture and create these buildings. And these buildings are still there. Restaurants, beer factories, basketball stadium made from recycled polyesters, all the way to a floating stadium for Nike. And the rest of that is just a lot of fancy work to show that trash can be truly sexy if you put your engineering capability into it. And we've been doing that for a while. So trying to demonstrate that even food waste, this is a food waste recycling plant, can turning into ethylene glycol and then turning that into a membrane, and then became the canopy for this factory. All the way to lots of interior projects that we have. Everything you see, even the wood, are all secondary collections. So we actually collected the waste wood from Shanghai. We built a small manufacturing site to replank all the wood. This is all made from cigarette butts we collected in Switzerland with ICOS. I'm sure in Russia, ICOS is quite popular. So we are part of that recycling program to remanufacture many of those cellular acetate into new generation of air filters and chairs. And we built university buildings like this, from the facade to the interiors to hotels, from the facade surfacings all the way to the interiors of these hotels. And these architecture project allows us to have the first initial scale to play with material. And so this is the latest version of our, what we mean by sustainable architecture is trying to use waste as a container and then trying to use air as its mechanical structure. So this is the last video, and then I'm pretty much done. Yeah. So this construction process can be really fast and using a weaving technique. And then with lots of air pump that's linked to weather sensors. So you know how strong the mechanical system has to be. So imagine you're covering 3,000 square meters. You're using only 800 kg of polyesters and recycle from bottles that you can already create such a beautiful structure.
Arthur,
So yes.
Sorry, unfortunately, we're out of time, and we have a number of questions which are quite important to ask, if you don't mind. This is absolutely amazing, the things that you're talking about. I think that one of the most important questions, maybe from us, because Moscow and Russia, we are generally are starting this way, and you already progressed quite a lot over there. Maybe the first question is about the psychology of waste. So how do you feel about people? How do they feel about these products, and how do they feel about the whole process of waste collection? Do they feel were they feeling some kind of disgust at first, and this kind of feeling changed, and they started to understand that this is just the same kind of chemical reactions and the chemical materials that are in your new products? What is the psychology of feeling of these new products?
Everyone thinks there's recycled material is dirty, is not strong, and it's ugly. So you notice that many of the project I show you, or many of the project we built, the first thing is to convince the psychology that it can be beautiful, it can be higher performance, and it can be lower carbon footprint. Okay, it can be safer for the environment. Okay, so you see the last stage that we are proving is that I want to show you the whole manufacturing process. People think like, oh, by using recycled material, that's mean you're going to create more pollution. That's why we show you all our machines in your face. Yeah. Where are the secondary pollutions? Where are the energy usage? We show you in front of your face. We don't talk about it. We don't give you a diagram. We show it to you in front of you. We produce the building with a machine in front of you. So you will have no doubt this thing is very safe for the environment. So this is kind of the two-step process for us to prove to anybody that this will work.
So you think that trash can be sexy?
Yes, of course. That's obviously part of our thing. Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
So another thing, of course, is the economics. Were you building any kind of financial models? For example, if we are making the first house fully out of trash, or we are making the full big public interior out of trash, what is the economics of it? Can we benefit from it?
First of all, what you're trying to ask is, can it be cheaper, right?
Yeah, generally, yes. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Can
okay.
it be cheaper, Arthur?
Yes, yes. It can be cheaper if you compare to the right thing. A lot of people always ask me can it be cheaper? If we do turnkey construction, it can be cheaper because we're cutting away lots of existing supply chain, right? Okay, but if you still have to follow the existing what we call incentive infrastructure, okay, where everyone gets 30%, get 30%, then it's going to be really hard for the new product to be cheaper. That's just pure economics, right? So I think for the government, for the cities, if you can create these competitions, you actually offer some of these building opportunity to local entrepreneur, and you forcing them to build everything out of trash, okay, and to meet the building standard, but using the same price, not lower. I'm just saying, if you are paying $1 for a building, please give sustainability the same chance, same $1. You don't want to ask them to say, oh, because it's made from trash, I want to be 50 cents, So if you can just keep it as since you're paying for this for $1, can you do this at another $1? Then I think a lot of entrepreneurs will have lots of creative ideas to try to achieve that. They have to form their own alliances, their own partnerships with local business and local industries.
Thank you. So we have a couple of more minutes, and my question will be when we will be able to build the whole town out of trash, and what do we need for that? What do we need to achieve for that?
First of all, that's why we are focusing on the infrastructure now. Okay, the first thing is we have to own our trash. Okay, so the trash has to have value. Once trash has value, I think the possibility is endless. It already can replace everything. It's not an issue of replacing or not. Okay, right now I think the key is we have to create a value system within the city where the trash is not being shipped away. It's being forced to create value. Okay, so is it possible to be part of a city of the future? I think it must be. Otherwise, we all going to die. Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect, Arthur. I think this is that was absolutely great and very inspirational. And thank you so much for opening our track today. And I really hope that we will have definitely some cooperation here with Moscow because we really need your experience here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
and good luck with all your endeavors.
Thank you.
Good morning. Our next speaker, Dr. Chong, will share key strategies that have enabled Singapore to achieve one of the highest home ownership rates in the world. Singapore, we always talk about it during Moscow Urban Forum. We think that this is one of the example cities, and we all always learn from it. Dr. Chong is the CEO of Housing and Developing Board that oversees more than 1 million public housing flats in 26 towns, small satellite towns of Singapore. Dr. Chong introduced a new generation of public housing towns that are well designed, they are community-centric, sustainable and smart, and developed a comprehensive R&D framework to develop a more sustainable built environment. Under the leadership of Housing and Developing Board, a new concept of planning urban areas has emerged, which include implementation of all the necessary infrastructure and, of course, transportation systems, which are really great in Singapore. She also was a key driver of major development projects like Marina Bay City Extension, which is one of the most really beautiful places there, with wonderful Gardens by the Bay Park. And also Sian Singapore Taijing Eco-City. Also, I think an important part for us is that she is a chairman of the nominating committee of Lee Kuan Yew World City Prize. And I think this is one of the most prestigious awards in city development in the world. Dr. Chong, it's a great pleasure to meet you again. And please, I'm giving the word to you.
Thank you, Peter. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you. And first, a warm welcome from Singapore. Good morning, everyone. We are warm and sunny here. I'm not sure about the weather everywhere else in the world. Today, I'm going to just talk a little bit about how we house a nation, because that works towards a happier and more inclusive society. So I think we're familiar with the new urban agenda, and there are 17 global sustainable development goals, and one of which is sustainable cities and communities, whereby one of the important things is we are urged to provide safe and affordable housing and to try and invest in public transport, creating green public spaces to improve urban planning and management in a very participative and inclusive way. But we know that we need decent, affordable housing, which is at the center of sustainable cities development. And today, some 1.2 billion of the urban population really don't have access to affordable housing and secure housing. Now, if you've been to Singapore, you think it's a modern metropolis. But 60 years ago, this is what Singapore looks like. It was a nation of slums and squatters. When we became independent in 1965, we knew we had to improve the quality of life. So the question is, what makes our citizens happy in our living environment? Well, they tell us that you need an affordable quality home that is called my own. They want a safe, friendly, quality environment, reliable services, very accessible amenities, and they want to have a say in co-creating the environment. And of course, they want a place where we can enable active and productive aging, and also to build strong communities. And so for 60 years, under the public housing developed by the Housing and Development Board, which is HDB for short, has been providing public housing for Singaporeans from the 1960s, which are very basic housing, to the very modern and quality environment today. And today, in public housing, we house 80% of the residential population in about 1.1 million flats. And uniquely, 94% of the people own their own homes, with only 6% rental for the very low income. And so Singapore has one of the highest home ownership rates in the world at more than 90%. Now, because of the limited time, I'm going to bring out 3 strategic thrusts in how we have achieved this, touching on home ownership as a social goal, ensuring affordability, and focusing on sustainability and quality. So first, the social goal of home ownership. Why home ownership? In most places, public housing is rental, but we believe that it enables people to have a stake in the country, it encourages better maintenance of the home, build a strong work ethics where we have to pay the mortgage, provide an asset and a store of value, and promotes rootedness and belonging to our very young country. And we have many policies that cater to life cycle needs, from taking care of young couples when they first get married, to having a home where they can bring up children, and when they retire, to use the home as equity, and also help them to own a home. And how do we do this? Basically, we provide a wide range of options for different budgets and needs. So you have very small flats from 2-room all the way to very large flats in different locations to suit every budget and every wallet. And of course, we do have to provide subsidies. In Singapore, you can earn up to about 10,000 US dollars and still qualify for public housing. And the subsidies we give are tiered. If you have lower income, you get a lot more subsidies. As you can see in this diagram, it's stepped. And if you're higher income, you get lower subsidies. But no government in the world can continue to provide subsidies. People have to pay for their home and to pay for their mortgages. So how do we do it? We use the concept of the Central Provident Fund to finance housing. And this is Singapore's Social Security Savings Plan. So what is it? Every Singaporean who works will contribute 20% to the Central Provident Fund, the CPF, and our employers contribute 17%, which means that every Singaporean has a 37% savings rate, which is very high, of which 6% goes for old age and retirement, 8% go to MediSave, which is medical insurance. So all of us are covered by medical insurance, and of which 23% can go towards buying a home, whether it's public housing or private housing. So if the HDB price our housing, where the monthly mortgage is 25% or less, almost everybody can pay for their mortgages through this 23% savings in the CPF. And this is really below the international benchmark of affordable housing of 30 to 35%. In fact, more than 80% of my residents do not need to come up with any cash outlay in paying their mortgage every month. And this makes housing in Singapore much more affordable than many, many other global cities. As you can see here, the ratio of the median house price to median annual household income is only 4.7 compared to Hong Kong or Vancouver or Sydney. Now, the third very important goal we work towards is to make sure we provide quality housing that is sustainable and in a quality environment. And how do we do this? Well, we're guided by, this is a newly launched roadmap called the Designing for Life, whereby we have 3 pillars. We want people to live well, to live smart, and to live connected. So what does live well mean? It means that we really want to provide comprehensive amenities, which is very convenient and very accessible for everyone. We want to build healthy towns. We want to bring nature to our doorstep and also to rejuvenate and renew our older towns. So let me just illustrate. And I'll illustrate with an example of a typical town that we will plan and build. This is called Punggol Eco Town. It has about 96,000 units. And what we do is we provide all amenities for work, live, play, and learn, whether it's for employment, housing, commercial users, sports and recreation, hospitals, education, schools, and they're very well served by good transport infrastructure, rail transit, buses, and of course, highways and roads. And we want to build very distinctive districts. So each of the districts, we put in a lot of effort in the urban design to make them distinctive and highly livable in a quality environment. And this is a waterfront district, so it's quite beautiful. And this is the type of housing that we design. And mind you, this is subsidized public housing. We bring in greenery and water. Architecture is quite unique. And so today, HDB homes can actually be very beautiful This is public housing. People can do up their own homes as they wish. And of course, it is transit oriented. We want to reduce the use of the car. So they're all very well served. Wherever you live, you are 300-meter radius from a mass rapid transit station that serves you, so that hopefully you reduce the need to drive. And we are also looking at building a car like Singapore with greater emphasis on walk, cycle, and ride. We're going to pilot autonomous vehicles, car-free town centers, and also bus transit corridors. So we're experimenting with a lot of these transport initiatives. And we built a lot of cycling networks so that we encourage people to cycle, so that we encourage clean commute. And we also bring in a lot of what I call the green and the blue. So for example, in this town, we dammed up rivers to form water storage reservoirs. Because we're very small, we need reservoirs. And we connect these reservoirs by a man-made river, and we add in a lot of greenery, whether they're parks or coastal linear parks. And this is a type of environment that we generate with the green and blue right in the midst of the town. And where there is, this river is actually a functional river connecting two reservoirs. You can use it for recreation. So it's multifunctional uses for infrastructure. We bring in the biophilic framework concepts in the design of our landscape, using flora and fauna and water to create, and soil to create good outdoor thermal comfort, to raise the health of people. And we want to build healthy towns, which are very holistic, looking at mental wellness, physical wellness, and through the life cycle of people living in the town, not just the elderly, but also the young. And we want to support a synthesis of built environment knowledge with a scientific medical knowledge in the way we design and plan and build. So for example, I'm not going to run through these. These are the elements of wellness that support physical, social, and mental health. And for each of these, you have design concepts that can cater for these, whether it's for physical, easy wayfinding, comfortable environment, or social or mental wellness. I'm just going to cite a few examples. So for example, we want to facilitate really active lifestyle, so we can enhance the design of facilities to be more fun and engaging. We started to use more stairs, and we put them in good locations. And we want to have a lot of messaging to encourage you to take the stair and not the lift. And on top of our rooftops, which are our multi-story car parks, we start to put running circuits and roof gardens for people, so that the facilities are much more fun and engaging to make you get out the flat and walk and run. Encouraging signages that keep you walking and exercising. And we want to foster a safe and inclusive environment, both indoor and outdoor. So signages with pictograms and colors are important, especially for the elderly with eyesight that's deteriorating, which is outdoor. Indoor, we know that for eyesight, you can use colors to differentiate. So we actually bring in grab bars for elderly housing, and you can paint them in different colors for better visibility. And we want to promote social well-being by facilitating bonding across all generations. So we design all sorts of social spaces, whether they're large social spaces for mass events, or even for smaller social spaces that encourage interstitial meetings among neighbors, among people. We have community living rooms where people can gather in the public housing areas. And a lot of our neighborhood centers, we are now promoting them as social and wellness hubs. They're integrated developments with polyclinics, which are health clinics, shops that sell wellness products, food that are healthier, sports facilities, and fun facilities where people can bring children. So these becomes our social and wellness hubs in the neighborhoods. And we want to engage the mind. So we bring in tranquil spaces with lots of greenery. We want to promote eco-towns. And this is an interesting new town where we designed a lot of urban farmways for urban farming and gardening. And we want to encourage people to do urban farming. And it's also a good way for all the residents to interact in the town as part of their lifestyle and to learn about eco-living, which engages the mind. Now, of course, I'm talking about a lot of new towns. Many cities, including Moscow, have existing housing. Just like us, we have 1.1 million older flats. Now, we don't just build new towns. We keep going back to rejuvenate our old towns through many, many programs, such as the Remaking Our Heartland program, where once a town is older, we go back, we improve many of the towns, we put in new developments, new walkways, better transport systems, we upgrade the flats. We have redevelopment schemes where older buildings may have to be pulled down and people are relocated. We can discuss this a little bit further. I know that Moscow has a large redevelopment program which poses a lot of challenges, but we also upgrade the inside of the homes, not just the outside. And we have subsidized programs to upgrade the inside of the homes. We upgrade the parks and around the neighborhood. So many, many programs, and we even upgrade things like lifts, making sure there are lift access to every floor in the older buildings. Now, Live Smart is really about harnessing technology to get our residents to adopt technology which help them in their day-to-day living to provide greater comfort and convenience, better reliable services like lifts, and ensure green resource efficient estates. So, for example, for us, we do smart planning. Let me get back to this slide. And smart planning is really about using computer simulation models to help us model the town. So for example, wind flow analysis help us to bring in better air quality into the town and reduce the need for the use of air conditioning. We have solar irradiance studies and of course sunshade analysis. It helps us to locate the parks in shade, to locate solar panels where you can catch the best sunlight for better efficient solar energy generation. And we have noise modeling. Many cities face a lot of noise problems. So with this, it can help us to better design to shield residents from the noise, say from the roads or the highway. Now, we also have a city application visual interface, which is 3D interfaces with environmental modeling that help us to actually model sustainability initiatives and select the most optimal initiatives for sustainability in our towns, because there are many, many sustainability initiatives. So the modeling helps us to be optimal in the way we plan sustainability initiatives for the town. And of course, we deploy many smart and sustainability initiatives in the town, from solar energy for renewable energy, water efficient fittings, pneumatic waste conveyance systems, urban water harvesting, energy efficient lighting, many, right, including smart parking, smart lighting. Now, what we're doing now is to build smart enabled homes. And remember, these are public housing which are subsidized. We make them smart enabled so that our residents can adopt smart applications for their home. For example, utilities management. You can save a lot of energy and water by monitoring your usage. And elderly monitoring systems, because there are a lot of elderly now in our homes, and we can monitor them to keep them safe. If they don't move around or follow a certain pattern they're used to, there is a signal sent to their children or their neighbors so that someone can check on them in their homes. So making the flat smart and able and using technology helps with day-to-day living. So this is an example of a typical precinct called Punggol North Shore. We bring in a lot of technology that helps in smart planning, smart environment, smart estate, smart living, and smart communities. So this new Punggol North Shore, the first smart district, will be completing by the end of this year. And so we will see quite a lot of energy and water savings as well, because it's highly sustainable. Now, Live Smart also means resource efficiency. So for the older towns, we're bringing in what we call the Green Towns program. We go back and retrofit to reduce energy consumption. And we're going to use cool paints to cool the town down by painting the walls with cool paint, and a lot of recycling using pneumatic waste to improve recycling efficiencies. So we do not leave the old towns alone. We go back and we retrofit so that they are as good as almost the new towns. Living connected is about making places memorable. And we call it nurturing the kampong spirit. Kampong is a Malay word for village. We want to build and bring back the village experience in a very high density environment. It fosters social cohesion. So in terms of the hardware, we actually mix all shared facilities. Everybody share the same facilities and the playground, and we mix the different types of flats, small flats, big flats, high income, low income, they're all mixed. And the software, we have an ethnic integration policy, whereby we ensure that every town has the same demographic mix as a national demographic. We are highly cosmopolitan, multi-religious, multicultural, and multiracial. We want every town to reflect the national demographic so that we do not have racial enclaves. Because without racial enclaves, people grow up together understanding each other, understanding their lifestyles, and this helps to foster social cohesion and better communication. And we want a lot of ground-up activities. We get the community to design the environment around them. So as you can see here, there's a lot of activity in this slide. They can design their own playgrounds, recommend to us what they like to see in the neighborhoods, help to design. What do they want? What are the places that are very meaningful to them, which we would like to keep, particularly if we're redeveloping the town. Social memories are very important to keep the sense of community and of the history of the town. But with the ground-up facilities, we do need to facilitate it. So we have a Lively Places program where we fund a lot of the community with funding, where they can do ground-up projects. We actually train them to facilitate, to work with the neighbors, to get ideas, and how do you move forward with many of these ground-up projects. And we have a platform where we actually throw out urban challenges and we say, look, we have this challenge. How do we make the living environment better? Give us your ideas. We will fund these ideas. And we are very open to receiving ideas and we encourage them to talk together. So with that, designing for life, we want to build public housing towns which are really highly livable, sustainable, and where we can grow stronger communities. So in a nutshell, this is what public housing in Singapore is about. So I want to pass you back, Peter, where we can have a conversation on some of the things that I've shared. Thank you.
This is absolutely amazing, and thank you so much again for this. I think you've done an amazing job, and I think that Singapore is definitely an example of great housing and great city for all of us. I wanted to start from a large scale, and I really wanted to understand: does Singapore has this kind of a approved program of developing itself through the satellite towns? So it's not like growing extensively like a big mega city, but actually creating smaller, more independent places with its own identity.
Right. Peter, the answer is we have both. We have to do both. Singapore is actually a very small city-state, but what it does is it has a very strong core, which is a city center. Because for a country, it is important to have a strong city core for a signature image. Mm-hmm. And because you have many international companies, there's a lot of synergies in having a strong city core. But at the same time, we have a decentralization approach where we build certain poly centers. And similarly, the public housing is also distributed regionally. Mm-hmm. So it's a strong city core with a decentralized approach. Why? Because you don't want all the traffic to be moving only into the city. If you have only the city core, then you have massive congestion. So we also built satellite towns and poly centers, which are commercial centers, which serve many regional areas and the satellite towns, so that the growth is well distributed. You have many jobs closer to home, and as a result, you do not have such major traffic congestion into the city. Otherwise, everybody is going to the city in the morning, and they're going to leave the city at the same time. So the peak hours will be quite horrendous if you do that. So we adopt both strategies.
Do you have identity for each of the towns, and do they compete with each other for citizens?
They do not compete. In fact, it gives people a choice of where they want to live. When we plan and design each town, we try very hard to understand the history of the area, right? And each area would have its own history, whether there was a village there previously, what do people remember about the town? And each town needs to have a very distinctive character. So the one that I shared on Punggol, it is actually a waterfront town. In other areas, it's what we theme as say a forest town, or a town where people remember certain memories, right? They used to have special things there, certain industries, or brick building, or villages that they remember. So we built this into the way we plan and design and do the urban design of the town. So these memories are retained, and they're retained in special places we keep. It can be murals, storytelling about the town. So every town we want to try and build identity and a community. They don't compete. People can choose to live anywhere they want.
I loved your phrase about that you really want to bring the village to every town, like to feel that you are in a village, but also being in the high density town. By the way, what is the density, or like a usual density? How many thousand square meters per hectare in such developments? Approximately.
Okay, I don't have the number right now. It is very high density.
It is very high density.
As you can see, it is very high density. And I would say it would be close to densities in the big cities that you find, even in a public housing town.
Yeah.
And as you can see from the pictures.
How do you program the first floors? As we were talking yesterday about our program of renovation, and we also have quite a lot of big housing projects made by private developers like Zeal or Southport here in Moscow, and big city project. How do you plan the first floors? How do you plan like cultural activities, sports, education, public spaces to make these cities equal and be on a very high level of really city life?
Yeah, I think, Peter, one most interesting issue is that in public housing, there are no walls. We do not build gated communities, unlike private housing, right?
Yes.
And in fact, even for private housing, we want to experiment such that we remove the walls. Because once you do that, the inclusivity, right, and the connectedness is there. Otherwise, you have gated communities. And in Singapore, it's very unusual. If you look at most of the public housing, we actually keep the first story open. And we do not build units on the first story. Why? Because that's where we put a lot of the social facilities. They could be childcare centers, some shops, polyclinics, health clinics for people, active aging centers. So the first story is a very social floor. I call it the social floor, and community living rooms.
Dr.
So
Chan,
most of the housings.
How do you decide exactly which function do you put in here or there? And should it be a shop or a community center?
Right. Now, all public housing towns are planned as neighborhoods. They are actually an aggregation of neighborhoods. And there are planning norms. Every neighborhood will have a certain number of units, and we know they need a certain number of types of shops. We know how many schools they need, how many childcare centers they need, depending on the demographics. So we have planning norms for every neighborhood. That's why the facilities are very comprehensive. And the facilities are done in hierarchy, from a precinct to a neighborhood to a town center. So the facilities are provided for each and every scale. So that's how you know what to put. Yeah.
Wonderful. Dr. Chong, I have hundreds of questions, and also our audience has hundreds of questions. We really need to meet face-to-face, offline, finally. We really miss Singapore. And we really hope that you will come and also give a lecture here someday after the pandemic stops. Thank you very much. It was absolutely amazing and very inspirational for all of us.
Thank you, everyone. And I hope everyone keeps safe, and let's overcome COVID-19. Thank you.
We will. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm glad to greet you all again. Our next speaker is from the Republic of Korea, and he'll present the Seoul 2040 City Master Plan. This is a really unique project because city communities were involved in it, so it is a really huge participatory project. Let me introduce one of the developers of this master plan, In-hye Kim, Dr. Kim, who is a senior researcher of the Department of Urban Planning and Design Research of the Seoul Institute. His main research projects include master plans for Hongneung R&D biocluster, restructuring for urban planning systems in Seoul in 2018, and a study on the method of enhancing the affordable housing in Seoul, and a lot of others. And besides, Dr. Kim is a key researcher for Master Plan 2030, and also he's holding the same position for Master Plan of Seoul of 2040. So it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim, please start your presentation.
Okay, nice to meet you. It's great honor to present about Seoul Master Plan, and I'll present briefly about Seoul Master Plan. So 10 years ago, we began to make a Seoul Master Plan involved with the citizen participation process. It was for us the great challenge to change the planning structure. And last year, we began to revise to 2030, as it could be interesting to compare between 2030 and 2040. So let's get started. 2030 Seoul Master Plan is 20 years long-term comprehensive plan, and it is the highest, most powerful statutory plan in Seoul. As you see here, under the Seoul Master Plan, we have over 100 plans, and these all plans should coordinate with the Seoul Master Plan. Although the Seoul Master Plan is powerful, but when we began to make the Seoul Master Plan in 2008, 2009, it was a critical point for the Master Plan. It is useless. They had a nickname, Cabinet Plan. Nobody uses it because it's very complicated. You don't have any guideline which point you develop or not. It is very hard to understand. So that's why beginning of the established the plan, we changed everything. The first one, that is the most important thing, we changed the participation process. Before, the plan was participated with 30 experts, but now the over 450 people participated in the planning, not only the professional, but also the citizens and districts and private investors. And the plan should be very easy and complex to understand for the citizens. So instead of 30 vision, we have only one vision and 5 issues. It's very simple and easy to change the structure. And that is the most important point. That is the full process of citizen participation process. It took 1 year long. And we didn't, at the time, we didn't have any experience about the citizen participation process. So 3 months long, we prepared how can we arrange the citizen participation process, and we recruit the citizens, and the citizen discussed, and citizen make a workshop themselves, and they write the proposal themselves. It was a first trial for the citizen, and the citizen gave the result to the city mayor, and the city mayor was surprised and was satisfied with the result of the proposal. It is really high quality. And since then, the mayor gave a press conference and he announced we have the first time in our history, the vision and issues from citizens. That is our vision in Seoul Metropolitan Government. So the feature of the citizen participation process, the government and the professional gave all competence to the citizen, and the citizen decided themselves. That is our trial at the time. So that is the outcome from the citizen. What the citizen want is pleasant city for citizen with communication and consideration. Very simple and easy. And the citizen want people city with equality, healthcare, and welfare, and diversity, and cultural sharing city, etc. That is a very easy and simple keyword, what the citizen want. And then we, as professional, we try to translate such keyword to the strategic plan. That was the next steps. And we finished it, the strategic plan based on the citizens' request. And also we prepare the spatial structure. We changed all the spatial structure. We have only one city center, but now we have 3 centers: historical center, and global finance center, and global business center is Gangnam. And yellow point is a metropolitan region center, and all 10 center should prepare for the sustainable development and the job and etc. and the global competitiveness. And now, during the participation process, we realize that the citizens want participate more and more. No more in Seoul Master Plan, they want more participate. So we decided to make a new plans. It called the neighborhood plans. The Seoul, with 10 million residents, Seoul consists of 116 small neighborhood units, as each neighborhood has about 80,000 residents. And we try to make a new plan. In each neighborhood unit should establish neighborhood plans with the residents. So altogether, over 10,000 residents involved in neighborhood units plans, and that is small scale and public friendly issues. And so we have a 2 layer of plans: Seoul Master Plan for global competitiveness and for whole cities, and the residents, they participated in small size, they are all community area. So that is the starting point for us, the foundation for decentralized urban planning system. That was the effect of 2030 Seoul Master Plan. An implication of Seoul Master Plan 2030, originally the Seoul Master Plan focused on the tangible and physical aspects, but the citizen participated in the plan, so citizens want intangible and social aspects. So the wider scope of urban planning is realized. And second one, that's very important point, citizens began to interest to the Seoul Master Plan. The function of watchdog, that is very basic condition for next plans. And finally, the Seoul Master Plan is no more cabinet plan. It's begun, not only the government departments and district governments and public and private investor use the Seoul Master Plan, because Seoul Master Plan involved the development guideline for city centers. That is the result. And in the 10 years, we have a questionnaire, and the livability of Seoul is increased from 70 to 73. And the people who live in Seoul is increased also 67% to 73%. All the quality of life in Seoul is increased. Yeah, not okay. And also we try to change the structure. We try to give a guideline for the urban development. That is very important point for the urban private developers and also the 25 districts. So we had, before we had only 1 center and 5 sub-centers, and we tried to change the sub-centers structure. We have 3 international centers, the Red Point, and we have 7 metropolitan centers and 12 regional centers. And each center, each core has their own function and their own land use and their own volume and FAR. And that means the private developer knows which point they can develop and they build and high rise, etc. That was the guideline for the developer. And this one is we had over 20 years long. We have a sensible theme because of the building heights. And in this time, in 2030, we, with the citizens together, we have decided, we made a guideline for the building heights. So according to land use, according to sort of center cities. So over 50 stories with a commercial area in sub-centers. And 40 stories and 35 stories each center, each land use, they can the highlights guideline according to land use in the city centers. This means we have the predictability and transparency for the private developers. That is the effect of 2030 master plan. So now, since last year, we revised the 2040 Seoul plan. What is changed? What is limitation? The contribution. We have our own systems and participation process involved, and the plan was realized in the field. That is the contributions. And the limitation, we try to combine between Seoul master plan, strategic plan, and department plan. The linkage should be more clearly. And because the plan was made by the citizen, the plan oriented short term, but the Seoul master plan is 20-year long-term plan. That's why we try to make more long-term oriented plan. That was our task for 2040s. So, and then we have a lot of opportunities and risks. For example, next pandemic, how can we prepare in climate crisis and etc. And the first one, we changed the civic participations. Before, we have only citizens, but now we have 10 times more citizens from diverse backgrounds, the people who live outside of Seoul and their vulnerable classes, for example, sexual minority and youth and disabled citizens can participate in this all the plan. And the citizens should propose 20 years long-term visions, but they don't know which information. So we prepared in the last 3 years with the big data analysis and research and monitoring, etc. And with trending changes, we have a lot of information, and we have a survey, and we found out the critical issues of Seoul in the future. So with this information, the citizen and the professional discussed what will Seoul look like in 20 years. That took 3 months long. And then we have vision and issues, the vision sustainable and pleasant cities. And we find out 4 issues, and the 4 issues should be realized with a spatial plan. That is our structure. And also we try to develop the citizen participation process. Before, we have only one public participation process. But in 2040, we try to divide the roles between diverse participatory stakeholders, public, planning specialists, and government. Each stakeholder had their own roles. That is the improved structure from 2030. The last one, because of the pandemic, the next 20 years, the city, the urban spatial structure should be resilient. And what means resilient? It means the citizen should feel safe, and they can, or without problem, they can live and work and play. So that's why we have a true structure. We have a big mega city structure with city core centers. And also to improve the quality of life. We have over 300 subway stations, and each subway station, they have ability to build the development. So we have a new guideline for the subway stations. Around 250, 200 meter around. With this around, the private developer can here build more density and more heights. And we gave here change to land use change. We gave incentive if the private developer build here new buildings. Then the 50% of plan is gain. They can back to the citizens with share office, and logistic hub, and startup incubator, and etc. All these function should contained within these subway stations. So we try to make more self-sufficiency within the local communities. That is our resilient urban spatial structure in the next 20 years. And the last one, the 2040 Seoul Master Plan consists of visions. And to realize the vision, we have 5 issues: strategic plan, an executive plan for department plans. And the last one, the spatial plan, this is guideline, improve the guideline for the private sector or for districts with land use, urban management, and regional plans. And we are now in process, about 80% is finished. And until next year, we try to improve the contents, and we try to make a workshop with the citizens, and we have planned, and next year, the plan was finished. Yeah, thank you much for hearing, and that was my presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually would like to ask you at first, what is your feeling right now of planning? Because, you know, planning of big cities was always dependent on prognostics, on kind of, you know, futurology, what is going to happen. The world was quite stable a year ago. Now it's not that stable. How can we plan cities in these new circumstances?
Yeah, it's a very difficult questions. In last year, it's very stable situation, and we have a process, and we finished all the structure. And at the beginning of this year, we have a new pandemic. We cannot make a workshop with the citizens. An online workshop is limited, and this is very difficult. And also the pandemic is new challenges, and that's why originally the plan should be finished in end of this year. So, but because of the new circumstance, we make the plan 1 year long and next year. So we need a time to prepare to deal with the pandemic system, and also we try to discuss with the citizens. So we need a 1 year long. So 1 year long is very uncertain situation, circumstance, and we don't know how we get this process. But we are sure if we in the next experiences, we can find out with the citizens and with a professional in the next 6 months, and then I hope we have a good conclusion in the end of next year.
It's interesting that so you are relying quite a lot on the understanding of their neighborhoods, of the citizens. Do you think that citizens right now can have some kind of an answer to the challenges that pandemic raised?
Yeah, I don't know, but we have experience in the next 2030. We, not only the professional, but also the Seoul Metropolitan government, underestimated the quality of citizens. But we realize that the quality of citizens and ability of citizens is sometimes more than professional. So that's why we all together make a 2030 master plan. So in this time, of course, the opinion of a citizen cannot the perfect solution, but they can give us advice, and also the professional have their own abilities. So we try to combine this circumstance. We with citizens together. We try to find a new strategic plan, and in terms of the process, 4 or 5 times, if we have temporary solutions, and we give the feedback from the citizens groups, and we try to change everything. So the collective
Intelligence.
intelligence, yeah, that could be functional. So I think that could be help for us.
Uh, I think that this system, one of the most important and interesting question is how professionals deal with citizens. So what is the responsibility of professionals and what is the responsibility of citizens in this process? So in Moscow, we are also working quite hard on the public hearings, on the participatory things, and there are several projects that are developing exactly like this. But one of the questions is that sometimes people, when they propose something, they propose either very abstract things. You know, for example, I want to feel happy, or I want to feel free here, or they just use some. You know, I want a children playground like in the other neighborhood. So how can we deal with this? Can we really interpret somehow their very general ideas, but also how can we innovate and do something new and experiment if citizens are mostly talking about examples that they already saw?
Maybe it depends on the scale of planning. And for example, in Seoul Master Plan, it's a big, large-scale plan for 10 million mega cities. But in 2030, we try to give all competence to the citizen. At that time, the citizen participation is the goal itself from the Seoul Master Plan. So citizen can decide, citizen can suggest us everything, and the specialists help them, and specialists try to find out the concrete strategic plans. And of course, the citizen suggests very abstract issues, happiness and communities and equality, etc. But we try to communicate with the citizen group more and more concrete. And then we try to translate this one to concrete. But it is limited, yeah? And that's why urban master plan, in urban master plan, the citizen can decide it, vision and issues. That's it. And the citizen can also feedback if the specialists translate the planning, strategic plan, whether it is good for them or not. They can give us the feedback. That is role in master plan. And in the community level, in concrete level, that's why we created new level of plan, the very detailed plan. So 116 community plan. It contains each community units has about 80,000 residents. And this level, you can find really concrete and visible issues and solutions. The residents participated in here, and they can discuss concrete project for their own field. In this community level, they can discuss and they can find the solutioning concrete issues.
Do I understand this right, that right now planners are becoming like kind of a new profession? They are more moderators of this dialogue than professional planners, right? So they're doing it themselves. Planners, not some other specially prepared moderators or sociologists, but the planners are doing that, right?
Yeah, but another point, in 2030, as I mentioned, we gave all competence to the citizens. We are all the professional, we are all the moderator. But we find out who is the user of Seoul Master Plan. I think regarding to the master plan, the user of master plan is not the citizen themselves. User is the private investor or department or if Seoul has 25 districts, the government servant in department, they use the plan. But in 2030, we didn't hear from them. So in this time, in 2040, the citizens request is very important, but more important thing is to hear from the department. So that's why before we began to establish the plan, we visited all 25 districts and we make a pre-hearings process from the department. Then it is other process. We have issues and we have requests. Then we can, with this information, we can find out the concrete guideline for the urban development. That is the real field for specialists. So I mean, the professional, of course, should have a role for the moderator, but also they should give a practical and pragmatical solution for the urban development. So I think the role of a professional is increased, not only professional but also the moderator. So that is the experience of my last 10 years. Yeah.
Dr. Kim, and also, as I understand, right now citizens are mostly talking about their own neighborhoods, but you also said that there are 25 districts, but there is also Seoul itself. So do they participate in discussing of the strategy of the Seoul, like of the whole city? How do they see it? Is it the eco city? Is it a city of innovations? Is it a technological city, and so on and so forth?
이분들 비전 얘기할 때 에코시티라든지 테크놀로지 비전에 대해서 이야기를 하시는 건지 시대한테 나온 건지.
Yeah, every issues in technology and smart cities and global competitiveness and eco and sustainable and also inclusive cities all together come from the citizens, because we gave all information for the citizens, the key issues in the next 20 years. And the citizens discussed and discussed and discussed for 3 months long, and they find out 6 visions, and the 6 visions was decided by the whole citizens in 10 million. The citizen decided the pleasant and sustainable cities. That is the first priority for the citizen. That's why we decided this present, and of course we have another keyword, but the keyword is included in strategic plan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. We have a lot to learn from your work, and we will definitely follow up on this discussion and keep looking at what is happening to Seoul. And we really hope to host you here next year for the Urban Forum and to show you what is going on here in Moscow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And bye-bye.
I hope also we have next year we have a more concrete result, and maybe we can share with this information.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Добрый день, коллеги. Рад приветствовать вас на сессии «Городская среда как искусство. Какие ценности несет современная архитектура?» Меня зовут Петр Кудрявцев.
My name is Petr Kudryavtsev. I am the partner of City Makers Company, and today we'll be talking with Sergei Choban, the head of Speech Bureau. He is also my friend, and I really miss him in Moscow. Sergei, the floor is yours. Yes, dear Petr, thank you very much. I miss you too. That's a unique situation we are facing with. I'm very thankful. It's a big honor to be part of this forum that is held in an unusual format. I think no one minds if we will be referring to you as you. And last time we were talking over the phone, I was very interested in what is happening with you and with Bureau and with your Bureau in Berlin and in Moscow. And what do you feel about what is happening right now? So I would like to ask you to tell us what changed for you within this year. I mean, in terms of life and work, much has changed. First of all, the amount of trips and the feeling that you are always on the road. This is something I don't feel because I used to travel on a weekly basis between Germany and Moscow because I have offices there. And now, starting from March, I've been practically all the time in Berlin. I have been in a lot of towns of Germany because I work there, and when it was needed to have face-to-face meeting, they were arranged. So I have been in Göttingen, in Hamburg, and Offenbach. I have been to Italy twice. Unforgettable impressions because it was half empty. However, I saw people in Rome, but in Manto, where I was invited to one of the few offline lectures that were held in the university in Magori. That was unforgettable. Everything was so empty. As for the work of my offices, honestly speaking, the way of communication changed. A lot of meetings are held online, and as you know, here in Berlin and between our Berlin offices of our partners, everything is in online format, and basically in 20 minutes I'll have one more conference. Even though everyone is Berlin, they're still in their own offices. And talking about Russian office, I always keep in touch with them in online format. Practically all presentations with our customers are held in online format, and I like that everyone takes it with understanding. And I have to admit that traveling by planes is not the healthiest option. So there is a certain advantage because you spend less time there. Because they do not have very positive effect on health. Considering we have limited time, I would like to go to the important questions. You really feel the start of some trends, and when we talk to you, we spend a lot of time discussing future. So when we talk about architecture as a profession, what is your feeling as an architect in this world? Do you feel that anything changed? Has architect became more focused, or it has a wider scope now, or it's lost his positions, or towns are being reinvented now? What could you say on this? I'm under impression that in the nearest future, architects, including here on the West, will be trying to regain their positions as generalists, primarily talking about two dimensions. First, buildings turned into too smart and overly equipped machines, and it is true. Just a few days ago, I was at the construction site of a large quarter who is a supplier of energy here in Germany. This is the largest commercial wooden building. I looked at how they fill in this building with equipment, and I was horrified. I thought to myself, what is the role of architect here? It's a huge coordination in terms of engineering. That is why many architects ask today, do we need to go back to more traditional way to build the buildings, to limit the amount of engineering equipment that provides a comfort at any time of the day and any time of the year, because a lot of energy is used for this. For example, one German architect made a very interesting project. It is very simple. He built 3 buildings made of cement. There are no equipment, no insulation. It was built in 17th century. The second made of wood, the third out of bricks. And together with his client, which is in a small town of Germany. So they said, let us decrease our requirements toward life. And if in summer the temperature in the room is 28 degrees, let us just go to a different room, which is colder. So let us not ensure a perfect climate in every point of the apartment. Let us not spend that much energy for super comfort that we're used to, that we're dependent on. So I see a trend in this. That's a very interesting story about the health. It's good for us to be healthy, but do we really need to create these machines for living, where everything is cleansed, where tests are taken, or should this be emotional health primarily, when you feel safe, not because you have some amazing air conditioning system or a toilet that tests the level of sugar, but because you live in a house that is close to you from a statics viewpoint, and you're always relaxed there, because it is obvious that stress is a catalyst for serious illnesses. This is true. The first point of your question was that how much we really need to surround ourselves with this amount of equipment and monitor all different processes that are happening inside the house and inside the temperature. Well, this monitoring includes a huge use of electronics, and together with cement wall that decrease the porosity of the buildings, which leads to so-called electric smoke. And this is a true story. And when being in this electric smoke, person loses part of his immunity. This is what doctors say. And this can be checked. You can check how high this level is for a certain person. And I think this is a very dangerous trend. So mental health, physical health, they are interconnected. And if you feel comfortable in a cozy home, then this is the indicator of a physical health. However, physical health strongly relies on how comfortable you feel in certain living conditions, which includes interaction with natural materials, lack of excessive use of machines and equipment. We often talk about serious and rational things, even though 5 years ago we would be mostly discussing the aesthetics or the history of architecture. What is your opinion? Current situation, can it put to the second stage the architecture as art? art, same as happened to poetry.
С точки зрения формообразования или типологии, и реализовать
And
это не потому, что это,
cannot be implemented
скажем так, рационально,
not because it
безопасно и
is
так далее, а
rational,
просто потому,
safe,
что это красиво.
but because it is beautiful.
Ты знаешь, само ощущение,
The
что
very
красиво, оно,
feeling of what is
безусловно, в
beautiful
серьезной степени меняется. Весь
has been
20 век, он
changing.
был
Over the
связан
20th
с
century,
абсолютным плюрализмом
it was about
высказываний.
pluralism,
Самые разные высказывания
very different
казались
ideas,
красивыми и интересными.
seem
Например,
beautiful
если
and
до конца
interesting.
19 века было абсолютно
For example,
очевидно,
until 19th
что
century, it
формы
was
здания
obvious
должны быть
that
простыми,
forms and shapes of
спокойными,
buildings
не
should
должны быть
be
общим
relaxed, they should
направлениями,
have
большими или
window
меньшими,
framed,
а иконические здания это в основном
and
были шпили
cone
и
buildings
купола, которые
included
тоже
domes
уменьшались сверху. Это была
that would
абсолютно
narrow down towards the top.
определенная выбранная
That
система,
was a very
скажем,
specific
ценностей,
system of
архитектурных,
values, of
пропорциональных и так
architectural
далее.
values,
То
of
с
proportional
приходом
values.
языка 20
However,
века
in
мы знаем,
20th
что любые
century,
возможности
we
стали
have
легитимны.
learned that
Например,
any
горизонтальный
options are
небоскреб,
legitimate. For
тяжелый верх,
example,
легкий низ,
horizontal
абсолютно
skyscraper,
стеклянные
which
фасады,
is
ленточные окна. То есть любое
totally
высказывание,
glass covered.
только бы оно было новым, только оно было
So
бы свежим и
today, what is
возбуждало
important is for
каким-то
ideas
образом.
to be new and
Казалось
inspiring.
интересным. Ну и,
That is
безусловно,
what
я
is
думаю, что мы
interesting now.
находимся в той точке, когда
And I
произошла
think that
некая
we're at the
инфляция этих
point
интересных
when
высказываний.
inflation of these interesting
И
ideas
люди
happened,
испытывают
and
некую ностальгию по
people feel
прошлому,
certain
именно не по прошлому в
nostalgia
смысле
towards past.
эстетическом, повторим неоклассику и так далее, а именно по прошлому
We're not talking
по
about
комфорту
aesthetics,
традиционного
but about
дома,
the comfort of
по
traditional
комфорту
home,
подойти к стене,
about
постучать по
comfort
ней
of
и не услышать
touching the wall
гулкий звук
and
пустоты, потому что это
not
какая-то
hearing the
створка на
sound of
стене навешена, а
emptiness,
за ней
because
теплоизоляция
it's just
ужасная, которая является жутким
something
мусором,
that covers the wall, while
который непонятно, как
behind it is
использовать, когда
some
выйдет из
kind
строя.
of trash
И,
and emptiness.
собственно говоря, ощущение вот этой солидности
So the
дома,
feeling
того,
of
что дом
this
сделан руками,
solidity
вот это,
that a house is
безусловно,
handmade,
тенденция.
this is
И
the
в
trend
этот
that I see.
момент, ну, скажем так, искусственно,
And
казалось бы, сделанное, созданное,
this artificially
выращенная
created
красота,
beauty,
такой эстетизм, он,
this
да, в данный
aesthetics,
момент уходит
as
на
of
второй
now,
план. Если смотришь
is
публикации в самых разных странах,
subsiding.
Швейцарии,
If you
во
look
Франции,
at the
в Италии,
publications
в
in France,
Германии,
Italy,
то
Germany,
увидишь, что дома
then
очень
you will see
простые,
that buildings are very
очень
simple,
рациональные,
very
с элегантными
rational,
деталями,
with
но в
elegant
основном
details,
все-таки дома,
but
как мы это называем
predominantly
по-новорусски,
these are the
low-tech, то есть
low-tech
дома, в
buildings,
которых не ощущается
the
огромное
houses where you do not
присутствие
feel the
технических
presence
средств.
of
Вот это является
equipment.
сейчас в большей степени способом и предметом размышлений,
This is the
чем
subject for
создание
consideration
еще
right
более
now,
изящных форм, еще
rather
более
than creating more
экстраординарных
elegant
жестов. Это
forms.
так.
Помнишь, мы с тобой много говорили
Do you remember
на
we have
молодежной
discussed a
биеннале,
lot
которую,
at
да, мы
Youth
делали
Biennale
с
that we
Натальей
arranged with Natalia Bigmagmetova in
Очень важное
Kazan?
мероприятие, на мой взгляд,
Well, that was an important
потому
event,
что оно
primarily
как
because
раз показывает,
it
устремление молодых
demonstrated
архитекторов
the inspirations of young
что
architects
они чувствуют вообще
and
сейчас,
told us what
и
they feel right
каким
now
образом вот для них
and
формируется вот это вот ощущение
how
будущего.
this feeling of
Как тебе
future forms for them.
кажется, хорошо ли
What is
молодые
your opinion
архитекторы сейчас могли бы
on the
адаптироваться
following?
к этой новой ситуации?
Can
Или
young
они даже не
architects
адаптируются, для
adapt to
них
this
это могло быть
situation?
просто, естественным
Or
продолжением того,
this
что они
could be a
делают?
natural
Именно
process
вот
for
с точки
them,
зрения этой пропорции эстетики
talking from
и
viewpoint of this
рациональности.
proportion of aesthetics and rationality.
И этики, да-да-да.
Yes, aesthetics and ethics.
Ты знаешь, мне показалось
Well,
как раз по работам той биеннале, в которой
at
мы вместе
that
активно
biennale that we
работали,
had
что
worked on
как раз
together
молодые архитекторы,
with,
они
I
очень
think that
хорошо
young
чувствуют эту
architects feel
тенденцию.
this trend very
И,
well.
большое количество проектов,
And a
очень
lot
большие
of
проекты,
projects
которые были особенно отмечены своим
that were specially noted
они как
in
раз
terms of
и,
quality
показывали вот эту,
demonstrated
скажем, вот
this
это отсутствие восхищения
lack
какими-то
of
экзальтированными жестами.
admiration of these gestures, excessive gestures. They have desire to create something not overly complex environment, which still has the past, even if it yesterday it was not deserved to be saved, but today we believe that it is worth deserving it, because some time and energy was spent to construct it. So why throw it away if you can place it here? And I think it is very smart to consider the volume of expenses for keeping these pasts and the volume of rationality of using it. So this should be balanced. So the approach to architecture and environment has become more rational on the one hand. On the other hand, it is very close. It is trying to be closer to what people need. The abstract beauty of one building gave the place to convenience, acceptance, and use of an environment that is created by architects. Well, I think that this is what I wanted to ask you about, because the projects that we had, they were very rational, which was very close to me. I'm not an architect. On the other hand, this is something that speeded up due to pandemic. What do you think? What trends that used to be in architecture before exacerbated or slowed down because of the pandemic? Well, the main trends are because people felt this international connections, opportunity to order any material from any place in the world and put it to the construction site. These opportunities are gone now. Foreign workers are gone from construction site, which is both bad for the developers and for workers. And plus, foreign materials are gone. So customers, even in countries where national resources prevailed, are now looking more closely to national construction industry. For example, in Germany, if you suggest material made in some other country, they say, no, we would like to use material that's made very close to the place where we built. It has always been like this. If you use in certain place, you use rocks from this place, or you use the bricks that is produced on the nearby brick factory, and which was planted for the works of architects, as it happened in Sibir. So all this was a part of single process. This is no longer transnational and multidimensional process where you can easily order anything you want from any place in the world and it would be delivered to you immediately for use. So construction and architecture is a material process. It is not virtual. So here limitations on communication in this point were felt immediately. Do you feel that it's possible from viewpoint of new horizons to use labor of architects from other countries, from other continents maybe, with totally different mentality to work to make projects for Russia and Germany? In theory, is it even possible that someone in Argentina, Australia, or Saudi Arabia is drawing a picture of a house for Moscow or Berlin? Well, yes, it is principle. It's possible, and it's been happening for quite a while in Berlin, in Germany, and in Moscow. I have heard about such small projects that were designed by foreign architects who are not really familiar with conditions in this country, but they could give a new bright idea for this country. But I think that pandemic pointed to the importance of personal communication, face-to-face communication, because we have been through all phases of remote work in Germany and Russia, and we clearly see that absence of this team spirit of opportunity to discuss around the table, to exchange energy during discussion of the project and while looking for solutions. Yes, it is a great deficit right now, and it leads to slowing down of the processes because a lot of energy is spent to talk with emptiness. For example, I'm talking to you right now, I know you very well, I miss you. However, someone else is listening and we don't know who. I have read a lot of lectures to nowhere. So you read a lecture, but you do not know how people people respond. You do not know who is listening to it. Well, sometimes you get feedback in Instagram, but all this communication is happening with nothing. So this pandemic demonstrated that, as of now, maybe we haven't used to this way, but it doesn't bring the results that are similar to the results of face-to-face contact. I fully agree with you. Where do you look for inspiration now? I know that you draw a lot and read. The energy that used to fuel you when you communicated with people directly, where do you get it from now? Well, we still have some interaction with people in our office. We work in face-to-face format. I'm not alone in this office. Currently, I'm talking from my Berlin office. There are people here. We talk to them. We communicate with them. And the same happens in Moscow office. People talk. We talk with people via Skype, WhatsApp. We discuss a lot of issues all the time. But now everything is calmer. Well, I have recently opened an exhibition in Rome. Its main goal to accompany the main exhibition. At that exhibition, I research its historical town as a perfect town of Rome. And I draw a picture of how Rome could evolve in my horrible or beautiful dreams, and how it developed on the paintings of Gironese from antique times to Baroque. So what would have happened hadn't Rome fallen asleep in this perfect development before Baroque and then spiraling downwards? What if such a big European town developed the same fast? And we see this happening in other towns such as Berlin or Paris. And that exhibition is very important for me. I prepared it by the beginning of the year, but fully withdrew it during pandemic. So 70% were done by me remotely. So yes, drawing is an interesting source for thinking for me. Well, I talk to myself while drawing. Sergey, I have a lot of questions, but unfortunately we have to end now. This was a brief interview, and I'm very happy that it finishes with mentioning of eternal town of Rome, who went through such amount of disasters, invades, pandemics, and other things, but still remains beautiful. And we miss this town a lot. And we also miss Venice, which is very close to you and me. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that I would like for Moscow to go through these unpleasant events while staying this eternal town where we live in, and the town that is waiting for you. Yes, this town is very important for me, and I really want to go to Moscow and to meet you in particular. I was very happy to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you too.
Good
day, and I'm glad to welcome you at the Moscow Urban Forum. My name is Ksenia Chudinova, and I'm chief editor of the SNOB project. And this is my first opening session at 12:30. It's called International Dialogue, and our track name is Healthy City. And we'll talk about an independent city, the drivers for health. The preventive care for bad habits has become one of the key factors and a burning issue for urbanists, for people who take care of health worldwide. Non-infectious diseases is one of the reasons for lowering quality of life and, in principle, reduction in life expectancy. So, respectively, we're talking about the reasons: alcohol, tobacco smoking, drug addiction. While lately that list has expanded, those behavioral factors like wrong nutrition, tobacco smoke, and passive lifestyle, according to WHO, they have become key factors for human health in the 21st century. The way people behave in the cities impacts the person, and the urbanist's perception that people who take care of planning city life. WHO estimates show that 8 factors, again, is alcohol, tobacco, high BP, obesity, high cholesterol, high glucose, low fruit and vegetable consumption, and physical inactivity. They provoke totally 61% of sickness and illnesses, and they have to do with cardiovascular diseases mostly. Moreover, those 61% are actually causes for death because of this unhealthy way of life. So how do we live with that? How do we keep on working? And how do we, in general, maintain and preserve our health of citizens in the 21st century? Our speakers today will be Stig Erik Sergej, Chief of International Department ECTIS, a Norwegian political network for alcohol and drugs. Yevgeny Brun, the chief non-paid psychiatrist and oncologist of the Ministry of Health of Russia, and Alexei Urin, the founder and the chief doctor of the Smart Checkup Clinic. We'll start with Stig Erik Sergej. Hi, you're very much welcome. And now we are talking about international experiences and expertise. So you are the president of the European Political Network for Preventive Cure, for Rehabilitation and Restoration, and your work, you stick to international standards on working with the dependencies. And you were the member of the councils of political parties fighting against drugs and alcoholism. So please tell us, what is the strategy adopted in Norway, and what is the difference between other Nordic countries? And that includes Russia, if you have something as a result of research in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ksenia. You can hear me?
Hi.
You can hear me?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Perfect. I'll just try to show. There it is. Okay. So thank you first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak here at this this conference. As Ksenia said, my name is Stig Erik Sergej, and I work for a Norwegian NGO, but I'm also been involved in alcohol and drug policy work on the European level. And I'm currently president of EURAD, which is a European drug policy network. We've been around for just over 30 years. We're based in Brussels, and we follow EU drug policy and global drug policy in Vienna. And our role is to advocate for evidence-based policies on prevention, treatment, and recovery. And I will focus on prevention in this presentation. Ksenia mentioned non-communicable diseases in her introduction, and I think that's the key here. Even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, the big picture is still that the global burden of disease has shifted from communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases. And alcohol is one of the 4 leading risk factors for non-communicable diseases, along with tobacco, unhealthy diet, and physical inactivity. And alcohol and drugs is a particularly large risk factor for relatively young people from the age of 25 to 49 years old. So this is it is normally a very healthy part of the population, but for this group, alcohol and drugs is a big risk factors. Alcohol is actually the number 1 risk factor for this age group, for death and disease. There is, of course, a need to expand access to health services, to provide treatment for those who are sick, to provide maybe even harm reduction services or recovery services. But I think it's important to stress that we can't treat our way out of this problem. We need to address the problem before it becomes urgent, and that means prevention and also early intervention when people start before the problem has grown too big. Policies need to help make people make healthy lifestyle changes and promote healthy choices, make healthy choices easier, and to support positive social norms. And again, prevention cannot prevent all problems, but we can at least flatten the curve, as we say when we talk about the epidemic that's going on in the world right now. We can reduce the number of people who need treatment. We can reduce the number who develop problems. These health behaviors, alcohol and drug use, smoking, lack of physical activity, unhealthy eating, lack of sleep, all these are very important reasons for health problems, and they reduce life expectancy. And many of these health behaviors reflect individual choice. But I think it's also important to stress that the environment where the individual makes his or her choices influences the choices. We tend to choose that which is possible, that the things that are pleasant, cheap, legal, available, popular, and socially acceptable. And we tend to do like the duck in the picture, who looks at the flamingos around him and raises his leg to behave just like the people or the birds around him. Many unhealthy habits, such as alcohol and drugs, unhealthy foods and gambling, appeal to the limbic system of the brain. That is the part of the brain that deals with emotions, motivation, and pleasure. And this means that all these habits have a potential for excessive use and addictive behavior. And many of these behaviors are driven, at least in part, by commercialization of harmful products. So we have alcohol industry, we have gambling industries, we have tobacco industries, we have fast food industries that provide the goods that drive these epidemics, and that's why some people have called these epidemics industrial epidemics. There are 2 sort of main types of preventive strategies. One is based on the individual. We want to teach people how to handle risk factors. We want to inform them, make them aware of problems, teach them how to handle them. These prevention strategies are usually quite politically popular, but the evidence shows that the effect is, I'm not saying there's no effect, but there's limited effect. And it also seems to increase social inequalities in that some groups of the population are more willing and able to adjust their behaviors according to recommendations. The other strategy is to reduce exposure to risk factors. So that means, for instance, reducing access to tobacco, reducing access to alcohol, making adding taxes to unhealthy products, all these regulatory measures that are used in public health. These are not always politically popular, but the evidence tends to say that it's more effective, and it also impacts all social groups. When the World Health Organization outlined their strategy on non-communicable diseases, they pointed out 3 best buys in prevention. And by best buys, they mean the policy measures that have the most effect and the least cost. And the 3 best buys are taxation. So that means regulating economic availability, regulations on sales. So that means regulating the physical availability of unhealthy products, and regulation of marketing, which has to do with the social and cultural acceptance of products. Because marketing, of course, attempts to make products socially acceptable and popular. Environmental prevention strategies is a relatively new concept. It's been promoted by, for instance, the European Monitoring Center on Drugs and Drugs Addiction. And these are strategies that aim to change or influence the environment in which we make our choices, or lifestyle choices. So that means providing economic incentives, like the WHO mentioned, taxes, legislations that make substances more expensive. It means regulating availability. That makes substances more difficult to get. It means that you're not exposed to them constantly when you go to the store, when you go to parties. It means that you don't have to make a conscious choice all the time. If the product is around you all the time, you have to make a conscious choice all the time. If you have a bowl of chocolates standing on your desk all the time, you're always confronted with the possibility of taking a chocolate. If you have to go out to the store to buy the chocolate, then you're much less likely to do so. And environmental prevention strategies also address social norms. So what is expected behavior? What is acceptable behavior? Is it okay to drink during the day? Is it okay to drink at work? Is it okay to drink when you're hanging out with friends? What do your friends do? What norms do society impose on you? What do you see in movies? What sort of messages do you hear in music? And the environmental prevention strategies can also address the design of the environment. For alcohol, it could be, for instance, how big are the glasses that sell when you sell, or bottles when you sell alcohol? How much alcohol is in the drink? In other areas of public health, it can be how do you design public spaces to encourage exercise? So all these are environmental prevention strategies. And I think also we need to remember that the choices that we make, particularly when you look at drugs and alcohol, are often made in what you can call hot situations where you're not necessarily reflecting or thinking too much. You tend to do what your friends do. If your friend passes you a joint of cannabis, then it's much easier to just do like your friends. You don't always think things through. So that means that when we look at prevention, we need to both look at teaching the individual how to handle risk factors, but also shaping the environment to protect the individual. And my final slide. One of the examples of the environmental strategy is what's sometimes called the Icelandic model. Iceland, 25 years ago, had quite high rates of alcohol use, daily smoking, and drug use among young people. And they initiated a process or a model to prevent adolescent substance use. It was a multi-component strategy. One of the key points was that they did data collection on the local level, so they can inform the local communities about the situations in their community. And they also involved the communities, the local politicians, parents, to find solutions to the challenges they were facing. One example would be, for instance, that the local parents agreed on some common rules for their young people, for young people. Another example was that they provided free or cheap leisure time activities for young people. And also there were quite restrictive legislation on alcohol and drugs and tobacco. And and after a while, you would go back, collect data again, and evaluate the results of the project. And one of the striking findings is that alcohol, drug and tobacco consumption went down quite a lot in Iceland. So that is one example of an environmental prevention strategy. And if you're interested, you can read more about this on planetyouth.org. It's been implemented in more than 50 cities in over 20 countries. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Здравствуйте, слышите меня? Hi. Thank you so much. It was very impressive. Поразительно, что речь
Well, it was very important. We were talking not about behavior, but also about changing economic models. That's very interesting, and we'll talk about that definitely a little later with Yevgeny Brun. But I have now a joint question to you, Stig, and to Yevgeny at the same time. So, Yevgeny, despite our discussions today, and we're talking about non-infectious, forget about pandemic for a while, what shall we actually do to regulate the relationships in between the citizens? Their relationship to the addiction and drug abuse issues. So my question directly to Yevgeny Brun, if I may, on pandemic conditions right now, and how do we cope with the challenges of addiction and abuse? So what's going on today in health protection in big cities? That's an important issue. So after Yevgeny, I will ask Stig to respond to the same. Thank you. Well, I'm prepared to introduce our materials on today's topic. When we talk about society health, we understand that this is a two-way traffic situation. There is a responsibility area of the city managers, city leaders, in setting up conditions, preconditions for healthy lifestyles. And on the other hand, the responsibility of the citizens to support and maintain their personal health. So from the viewpoint of narcology and generally addiction, the personal responsibility is not always so evident. So one of our objectives, and that includes management and medical personnel and preventive planners for this risk behavior, is to communicate to every citizen those specific risks that could be faced with excessive alcohol consumption, drug consumption. The toxic load on the body of alcohol, tobacco, and drugs is great. We understand that about 2% of population with free alcohol sales will suffer from alcoholism with psychic disorders. We also see and expect that about 30% of population are smokers. And we expect that about 1% of population have experience in drug use. So all that combined creates an environment of deteriorating public health. So the objectives we face within state policies in health protection is trying to reduce the demand for alcohol and other psychoactive substances that will improve general demographic situation, life expectancy, death rates, and setting up a common prophylactics and preventive environment. So that's my topic. So the city of Moscow in the last 10 years has seen the establishment of certain technologies of operations. Here it is represented as a certain circle series of technologies, including primary preventive measures, and that includes mass media, conferences, seminars with large groups of employees, workers, where we explain the problems and the consequences of substance abuse. And then the secondary preventive measures, which has to do with early detection of individuals with abuse, alcohol or drugs, social therapeutic intervention is what we call it. A certain type of motivating interviews, person by person, with the purpose to explain the danger of abuse. There's a certain problem that the harm, the damage is not always immediate or is not always evident. Mostly those risks are delayed, and that will be shown in the next few years or so. So for every person, those risks are not evident. So one of the objectives here is to try to explain to an individual that the risks are actually immediate. If you are abuser of alcohol or tobacco, tobacco may be delayed, but it is still very much immediate with drugs and alcohol. And then when we detect that there's a certain sick process, if you are an addict, what we call in Russia a narcology disease, then there will be a certain motivation interview to try to include the person into rehab program. And then the technology is rather simple. There are certain medical programs, including somatic disorders concurrent to an addiction, psychiatric, psychopathological issues that arise, psychotherapy or rehab programs. So what's important is that we managed to achieve in Moscow. We actually set up a therapeutic subculture as an alternative to a subculture of drug and alcohol. So Moscow has seen establishment of a large group, a social stratum of people who have experience of recuperation, recovery, a healthy change, and they help to disseminate, to proliferate their experiences among the people that we involve. So based on this ideology, we established a certain structure over the narcology service of the city of Moscow, and that includes all the subunits here needed for early detection, preventive measures, propaganda of healthy lifestyles, and that includes scientific research, monitoring services, expert societies, therapeutic societies, both hospitals and daycare centers. The result of that performance in the last 5 years, the results are represented here. We have managed to ease it up a bit, both on drug addiction and alcoholism. Here are some improvement figures. Year 16 up to 11 months of 2020. Well, this year, 2020, our optimism has suffered a bit because of COVID-19 pandemic. As people are getting some self-isolation, shutdown issues, quarantine issues, people are resorting to us more often. So please note that the drop in demand for drugs among youngsters, 15 to 17 years old, year 10, the drop was 10%. With the people of at least singular experience. In the year 19, this is just a split percent. So you've seen that this is quite a good result. This proliferation figure has dropped a lot. So I believe this has to do with the fact that number of addicts, and this is a rather delayed response, delayed reaction, and the number of sick persons is also showing reductions. And psychosis events figures are also going down.
All our standards that are described in regulatory documents of Ministry of Health of Moscow are in line with international standards on prevention and on treatment. We have very close relations with our counterparts from overseas countries, primarily those located in Europe, and our experience was studied by the Department of Criminal Control and by International Healthcare Organization, and we have a lot of intersections in these standards. I would like to present to you 3 projects that we are working on now, and what is the direction for future development of drug abuse treatment assistance and those addicted to tobacco and alcohol. This is primarily work in labor teams. We motivate employers and unions to sign agreements with our organizations to early identify those who consume substances at working place and to prevent abuse of to prevent use of such substances not only at working time but also outside of work, which would allow to decrease the tension. Please, next slide. We have implemented so-called personified approach in drug treatment, and primarily when treating patients we use genetic research, which is called pharmacogenetics, and medication is prescribed after the analysis of genetics of a person. The same refers to a personification of rehabilitation. Based on individual biochemistry reactions in the brain of a patient, we try to project the future intricacies of behavior of this person and customize the rehabilitation process. We also have an independent program on identification of genetic risk factors of behavioral deviations in children, which happens before the disease appears. And we give recommendations to parents on bringing up their children to decrease the risk of addictive behavior in future. Another interesting project that we have been doing together with our colleagues from Norway, where we study the abuse of alcohol and other psychoactive substances, and those patients are treated in psychosomatic hospitals. Here are the results. We have made more than 3,000 tests in this hospital and found that 15% of those who are treated in the hospital abuse alcohol. And this is a very important indicator because this leads to economic losses for the town This leads to doctors needing to service these patients. This is what I mentioned in the beginning. There is responsibility of governmental bodies, and there is responsibility of every person towards his health. And I think when we're looking at public health, we should look at the responsibility of both of them. And based on this data that we receive, we made motivating interviews and intervention to decrease the tension. And 6.3% of blood tests that we researched demonstrated that a number of patients use drug or some medicine that should be prescribed by the doctor, which worsens the disease. According to direction of Mr. Sobyanin, the mayor of Moscow, and our Scientific Applied Center of Drug Addictions, we organized a reference center to monitor use of psychoactive substances. This was done in Russia for the first time. And the work of this center allows us to identify new drug substances and swiftly monitor the drug situation in Moscow, primarily because we get for the expertise a lot of people. This includes which include drivers who were stopped by the police or other law enforcement agencies, and we have a clear picture about the spread of different psychoactive substances among population, which allows us to promptly make managerial decisions. And what we managed to do in Moscow was done for the first time in Russia. So we organized a drug checkup. Our service informs population that any citizen could come to us without being afraid to be registered anywhere and can get an answer to a very important question, whether he abuses alcohol or not. What is his individual reaction to alcohol? What harm alcohol could cause him? We also have special markers for abuse of alcohol, and we can give good recommendations in this regard. Besides, some people who could be interested in this, we also can make genetic research and tell this person about the risks regards addiction. We have a special free contacts number, and any Moscow citizen can use it and get recommendations from us. Ksenia, I would like to ask you to switch on the video. Yes, sure, we will do it. On this video, we would like to show you our service. These are 3 inpatient facilities for 3,000 patients. In every district, there are 11 outpatient branches that patients could go to. Plus, we have 11 offices for medical testing, 3 centers of prevention, including prevention of smoking, and we have a children's center. We have reference center for monitoring, and we have a psychology service, out-of-town rehabilitation center, children rehabilitation center. And what is important, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we have more than 1,200 volunteers and self-assistance groups who work sometimes on a weekly basis, sometimes on a daily basis. And this, I would like to add that we have a mobile brigade that helps in difficult situations in somatic hospitals, in birth hospitals, to provide assistance to patients who are not in our inpatient facilities, but are in patient facilities of the town. Thank you very much. I will be happy to take your questions. I thank you for your presentation, but I see the difference in approaches in Norway and in Russia. And do you see the difference? Do you see this difference? First, I would like to ask Stig to comment on your presentation.
Yes,
Eric?
hi. Yes, you can hear me? Yes, I think the description of the services in Moscow is very comprehensive. Of course, when I spoke mostly about sort of population-based prevention, of course we do have some of the same services, not as comprehensive as in Moscow, but many of the same services are of course available in Norway as well. We have I mean, we've have the study you referred to about patients in hospitals was a joint project with Norway, and the results from these studies show that alcohol is a huge issue among patients in hospitals in both countries, in both cities. So we have some of the same challenges. I mean, the structure of the system is slightly different, but we have the same services, the same type of services in primary care, in hospitals, and in treatment facilities, both inpatient and outpatient treatment facilities. So I think there are a lot of similarities. I think that perhaps the biggest difference, I think, it seems that you have a very good monitoring system to track developments. So I think that's sounds very impressive. Thank you.
This is exactly what I wanted to know. Can police stop a driver and test them for using drugs? Do you have such monitoring systems for your citizens?
Yes, we can stop drivers and test for alcohol because that's technically easier. We can also we also use saliva tests. You know, you can use your spit and analyze that to detect illicit drugs. So that's a possibility. I think it's the technology on alcohol testing is much better, so it's easier to test for alcohol. If there's a suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs, then they would have to take blood samples. So first they will perhaps spot strange driving or risky driving, and then stop the driver, look at him, see if he seems intoxicated. If he seems intoxicated, they will take a saliva test, and if that comes out positive, then they will take a blood sample, and yeah, so that would be the procedure.
I would
like to share our experience. In Russia, the driver may be driving normally, but he would be stopped just for a regular checking. So we arranged to have these special campaigns where people could find some drug addict or an alcoholic at the wheel. We have different legislation as well towards drug users and drug addicts. So since we're talking about the addiction, well, first we wanted to talk about being healthy, about how we make healthy town, but there are a few options. First, we change the behavior of citizens. We work with local communities, understand that we need to change economy as well. Well, Russian experience shows that the questions of control, involvement, and building of the whole structures, this is what we see here. Alexei, what can a person do himself? And of course, we will be talking about the prevention of unhealthy habits, but what other stimulus can a person have to decrease this negative effect on himself and become healthier? Can you hear me? Hello. I will be talking as a populist today. According to WHO, the main factor that affects life expectancy is lifestyle. Well, this chart could be outdated, but the change in lifestyle is the most effective and cheapest way to increase life expectancy. While to create environment to stop smoking is also good initiatives. Futuristically, according to science, each of us could live to 95 years old, but currently life expectancy is 72 years old in Russia. So we lose around 18 years of life, so let us try to find them during this lecture. To live long, we need to stay alive for long. And the best way to increase your life by 7 to 10 years for 25% of population. Well, I'll go back to history. Back in 2012, 40% of Russia needed to increase their life expectancy. And smoking takes 10 years of every person's life. If we compare it with alcohol, maybe it's not really correct to do it, but if someone who uses alcohol takes a piece of his health and by a very poor exchange rate exchanges it to good mood, to socialization, and gives away 10 years of his life and throw them away. Also, this leads to cancers. We also talk about lung cancer, but the main diseases caused by this could be the heart problems. If a person stops smoking, his life expectancy could increase by 7 years old. Or if he stops smoking it by 30 years old, his life expectancy may even stay the way it is. It will not decrease. I think every doctor would recognize this chart. So how do we compare health of two similar people? We can ask how much jumps they can do, what their success in sports. But if we really compare the health of people, we need to compare biomarkers. One includes cholesterol, blood pressure, and smoking. If we compare where you see the marks, the death from heart problems or brain problems within 10 years. Here we can see the ranking of these factors. The darker the color, the higher the risk. And we see that the risk of a smoking person with high cholesterol level and high blood pressure, the risk to die from heart problems is the same as a 65-year-old man with normal cholesterol and normal blood pressure. So the difference in life expectancy is 25 years old, based just on these two factors. There are other factors, of course. Well, as a populist, I will try to tell you what is happening with the vessels. The pressure deforms the vessel. It hurts it, and this hurts are covered with cholesterol, and it doesn't really matter whether cholesterol level is high, because the high blood pressure traumatizes the vessel, which leads to cholesterol going inside the vessel. The vessel breaks, and its liquid grows outside. And if this happens inside the heart vessels, this could be a heart attack. If it happens in brain, this would be a brain problem. These are the main reasons of death of Russians and of people all over the world. Let us talk about addiction. According to this research, if a person at the age of 50 starts taking anti-high blood pressure pills, his life expectancy will increase by 5 years. And we do prescribe such pills. However, if a person stops smoking at this age, his life expectancy will increase by 7 years. Well, in Russia, doctors don't talk that often about the importance of stopping smoking. Doctors should tell that there are strategies to stop smoking, such as blockade or special therapy, or work with the receptors. There are medications and strategies, and they will increase life expectancy even more. So what we see now is, please stop smoking. This is what the doctor says. You can follow the link and find the calculator that calculates how much life is taken by certain addiction. It looks scary, but they're not comparable with social role of alcohol abuse, because alcoholism leads to killing, to fightings. And if smoking kills people aged 40 plus, then alcohol kills young people predominantly. The problem of alcohol addiction is very serious in Russia. We need adequate therapy of different states, such as depression. In Russia, unlike other countries, visiting therapist is extremely stigmatized, which leads to the fact that most Russians are treated with recommendation as get a hold of yourself. So we need programs of social adaptation. Assistance is needed not only to the sick people, but also to their family members. Plus, in Russia, we see a lot of this myth. For example, some specialists think that some alcohol is good for heart, for example, dry red wine, while in fact it is important to realize that, well, even doctors think that alcohol would cleanse the vessels. Now, according to research published in the Lancet magazine, it's not that we eat a lot of unhealthy food, it's just we don't eat healthy food. The only vegetable that we eat is usually potato. So we need to make fruits and vegetables cheaper, make them more preferred product for all population, including poor population, so that they would get used to eating healthily like in Korea people. We need to understand that it's not only the physical activity is useful. For example, when you have been sitting 8 hours, the physical activity will not mitigate those consequences that a person would see after 8 hours of staying at your seat. I talk about people who spend all their working day sitting by computer and only on weekend do some physical exercise. It is important to say that good molecules that are produced inside the vessels, they get destroyed very quickly. You cannot have a lot of them and that's stop doing anything at all. That is why it is necessary to explain that it's necessary to walk 10,000 steps a day, stop taking car to go to work. And now, look at the screening. For example, you can learn your cholesterol level. It's not something that appears with age. You can get it from your parents. At the age of 14, 15, you should get tested because some genetic diseases leads to heart attacks among young people. And around 150th person has this. It is important to know blood pressure. You should test it at least once a year. You should control this. And the last symptom of vascular disease is sudden heart attack. And in our clinic, we can talk to our clients and explain what risk he has, because sometimes it's hard to convince patients to take certain medications or anti-cholesterol pills because they believe that it's some harmful chemistry products. And the patients get worried about liver. However, he doesn't think about liver when he drinks alcohol. But when you give him a pill, he comes up with this idea. And plus, we need to educate people that therapy is okay and leading healthy lifestyle is a good thing. And talking about checkup, it is important to say that some approaches are wrong. For example, some people believe that the less you know, the better. This is what we say in Russia. And they believe that the best way to check your heart is to have a cardiogram. However, we know that this is not the true. This is not the case. Sometimes you can see good results just 2 hours before heart attack. And there are other ways to learn about your heart. You can talk to your doctor to ask your cholesterol level. And additionally, sometimes when people have too much tests, they become too anxious. And they start finding too much other things that really don't affect their life expectancies. So people should be making only those tests that could identify diseases that affect life expectancy. This is basically everything I wanted to tell you about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I liked it very much. Your story was very good. But now I have a special question to both of the Russian speakers, Evgeny and Alexei. Please tell us, we are now at the Moscow Urban Forum, so we're not only talking about what do you particularly do in your area, but how can you build it into regular lifestyles of the citizens? So please, each one of you, what do you see as a missing component in your work? Like, we can listen to Alexei forever. He's very informative, but every patient, Moscow plus suburbs, over 15 million people, so they cannot all visit Yevgeny. It's a matter of coverage in media. But anyway, my question is, what is missing in your performance, in your operation, to make our citizens healthier? Let's start with Evgeny. Well, I'm prepared to tell you that I don't see my presentation. I still see Alexei's presentation, but I can still tell you that I was talking today about responsibility of different stakeholders, different parties in this public health process. So what is missing today? I see that we are missing cooperation with employers and trade unions. Long time ago, in the Soviet time, there were some ugly things like public courts for drunken people. And it didn't work properly. It had an impact, but it didn't work properly. Now it's a different age altogether. There are different possibilities and capabilities today. What is important today is to detect a person at an early stage, an abuser of smoking, drugs or alcohol, and to do it individually. Most of it is explanations, interviews, to show him the overall damage, overall impact, the harm. Employers don't want to talk to us very much. Thank you. I got your point. Alexei, your turn. What do you think is missing? Hard to say. Maybe what we lack is support, again, in communicating this very simple, basic truth to most of the people. So I'm trying to get to the central TV channels, radio channels. So what we need is a mass media support. What we need is propaganda of healthy lifestyles. They need to protect, support, maintain your own health, and that should be coming from the city authorities too. Oh, in fact, I was sure that they were going to say about blending private and public sectors, you know, encouraging a tighter lockup, more like government support. No, the point is, I'm not very good in commercial issues, so I was not going to talk about joining forces of the private and the government sector. No, Stig, please, what are you missing? What do you see is missing in making your population healthier?
Well, I think there are a couple of challenges. One of them is that a lot of these unhealthy behaviors give us rewards in the short term. We like the feeling we get when we eat sugar. We like not having to get out of the sofa. We like the feeling of a slight buzz when you drink some alcohol. These are I mentioned the limbic system of the brain. These behaviors hit the limbic system of the brain, the reward center, the feeling, the emotions. So that means that we have we are exposed. We are at risk of falling into a pattern of unhealthy behaviors, and the way that we organize society influences on that. Alexei mentioned obesity. You know, it's not that people now all of a sudden have decided that we want to sit still a lot and not move about. It's that society has changed. We have cars that take us from A to B. We have we sit by the computer all the time. A lot of our spare time activities is online. We socialize with friends online. So there are a lot of things that sort of tempt us to not be physically active. There are a lot of things that tempt us to eat unhealthy foods. And we also have, as I mentioned, an industry that lives off selling these products. And I mean, it's not, I'm not saying it's an illegitimate industry, but we need to be aware that these industries are providing substances or foods and lifestyles that may be unhealthy in the long term. I think that is one of the challenges that we face. How do we balance the regulation of these industries with the economic life of society in general? So I think that's for me, that is one of the basic challenges.
What a good answer. See, the next step is in probably economic regulations, including industries. So maybe on a closing note, a good closing note, but there's no time for that. We have exhausted that. So I suggest that after we're finished, everybody get off their chairs, get a walk, get some exercise. Propaganda of healthy lifestyles. Thank you so much. We had Stig Sergey, Yevgeny Brun, and Alexei Utin. They have joined us today. Thank you so much. Stay with us. Stay with us. Moscow Urban Forum will help you again. Thank you.
Добрый день, мы в прямом эфире, 2 часа дня, Московский урбанистический форум. Меня зовут Ксения Чудинова, я главный редактор проекта СНОП. Мы на треке «Здоровый город» и подходим к одной из самых животрепещущих и важнейших проблем 21 века – сахарному диабету. В первом докладе ВОЗ, который посвящен сахарному диабету,
We are now approaching a very important topic, the diabetes, which is a great threat to humanity. So among other things, we have noted that 2/3 of population suffering from diabetes, type 1 or type 2. This is urban population, which means the city is a risk factor. We have today a lecture from a star speaker, Mr. Nils Lund. And I will start introducing Nils Lund, Vice President of Novo Nordisk, with a very good piece of news. It was just this November. There was a big research. Over 3,000 participants. Care.diabetjournal.org. There was a great research published saying that the growth of physical load could be greater than taking the metformin medicine. This is one of the most important medicines recommended by the WHO for curing and preventing diabetes. So, who is Mr. Nils Lund? He's Vice President for defending rights in the healthcare. He became Vice President and he's in charge of the healthy lifestyle area. And he's in charge of the flagship projects of the company, and they're called Cities Change Diabetes. And that includes cities change diabetes, improving the accessibility of insulin and changing the attitudes with small children. So in fact, this is a big program that was initiated by the International Red Cross Committee, and that makes it possible to bring into remote areas or remote strata of life to deliver medicine to children with diabetes. And he's also coordinating, communicating with patient societies and patient communities worldwide. And Nils Lund is also co-chairman of the Council for Developing Strategies at the World Economic Forum.
So, welcome, Nils.
Welcome, Nils.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Good to see you also.
Let's start.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for being back in Moscow. I attended the Moscow Urban Forum back in 2019. And sitting in this room here in Copenhagen doesn't feel the same way as it did in the summer of 2019. But this is probably the best I can do. But I'm glad to be back in the context of the Moscow Urban Forum because I think it's a fantastic undertaking, taking focus on the important issues of today. I will go in and talk about the vulnerability in urban health through the lens of diabetes and obesity. I'm looking forward to sharing some global perspectives, but also some perspectives from Moscow. Diabetes is one of the greatest healthcare threats. And then you think, where on earth is he now? I mean, is he going crazy? Because of course, COVID-19 is the largest health challenge here now, and our societies are challenged at the deepest levels everywhere. But diabetes is one of today's greatest health care threats. And if COVID-19 is a pandemic in slow motion, then diabetes is a pandemic in if COVID-19 is a pandemic in fast motion, then diabetes is a pandemic in slow motion. If no action is taken today, only 1 in 8 people in the world will have diabetes by mid-century. And that will be a great challenge, not just for the individuals, but also for societies around the world. As a leading global company in diabetes treatment, Novo Nordisk also wants to take responsibility to bend the curve to reduce the risk of getting diabetes. And if we can move from the red curve to the blue curve within a couple of decades, we can actually prevent 111 million people from getting diabetes. That not only will that be good for the individuals, their families, but it will also be good for societies, for taxpayers, and so on. So it's a big challenge, but of course not one that can be solved by one company or one individual alone. And that is why we, in 2014, almost 7 years ago, launched the Cities Change Diabetes program together with the University College London and Steno Diabetes Center. But why focus on cities? Well, more than half of the world's population live in cities, and that number is expected to grow to 68% by mid-century. But already now, 2 out of 3 people living with diabetes are living in urban areas. So there is an overrepresentation of people who have diabetes in cities. And why is that? Well, it's because urban environments influence how people live, move, eat. Urban planning and design dedicated to motorized transport, large distances to cover, and long commutes in cities have contributed to a significant decrease in physical activity, which together with time constraints, stress, unhealthy food environments, can increase the risk of developing obesity and type 2 diabetes. Cities are part of the problem, but they're also part of the answer. If cities develop to provide such urban health fundamentals as access to decent housing, nutritious food, safe transport and mobility, and opportunities for physical activity, the risks and cost of a wide range of chronic diseases can be reduced dramatically. And that is actually why today there are more than there's 36 cities who have joined the Cities Changing Diabetes program, a public-private partnership with civil society organizations, academia, private sector companies, and municipalities who want to make the healthy choice the easy choice and create health and well-being for citizens. Moreover, public health policies must also be targeted to improve health equity with the most vulnerable groups in mind: children, the elderly, people with disabilities, and the poor, because these groups are some of the groups that are at greatest risk, greatest health risk, both for diabetes, obesity, and for other health challenges. Let me just make an interlude and say that while the program of Cities Change Diabetes has existed for 7 years, there are also within the last year or so a number of important learnings that we are also taking from the experiences of the COVID-19 outbreak, and also how an infectious disease also might impact the outlook for people with obesity and diabetes. There are many ways of looking at this, but and here are some of the learnings that we have found in our collaboration here. First of all, societal prioritization has changed. That's one of the key lessons learned for the future. A few years back, healthcare and the health portfolio, so the health minister, either of a country or of a city, wasn't really the most important one. But now health is at the top level of government attention, mainly fueled by COVID-19, because we now understand the impact that a disease can have both on the stress and healthcare systems, on individual quality of life, but also on the productivity of our societies. We see now that agendas that we thought had to be done in silos or were done in silos, environment, health, climate, urban planning, and so on, then we now understand that we need to see them in totality and also look at these combined challenges through a vulnerability lens. There's a new opportunity prevention now. I think COVID-19 is a perfect example. If we get sick, if we get a positive test from a corona test, we rely, if we get really sick, we rely on the healthcare system to bring us back to good health again. But more importantly, the prevention part happens outside the health sector. It's what we do by washing hands, by wearing face covers, it's by having social distancing, and also being care not to contract the disease. That analogy can also be applied to diabetes and obesity for that matter. And we need to understand how the prevention can be most effective also for the ones who are at greatest risk. Because I'm sorry to say, diabetes, obesity, and COVID-19 is a really, really bad cocktail. The numbers show it. In the US, we see that from hospitalizations in New York City, of the ones that were hospitalized, 24% have diabetes. The background population prevalence is 10 to 12 in the US, depending on where you live in the country. In China, we saw that the death rate from COVID-19 was 7.3 for people with diabetes, compared to 2.3 as the national average, almost a factor of 3. And in Russia, the numbers are also confirming this. I think it's important here to understand that there's probably some biological interaction here. So the fact from a biomedical point of view that there is a relationship between diabetes, obesity, and that inflammation and the risk of poor outcomes for COVID-19. But I think it's important also to underline that the social and cultural determinants, on the other hand, are also as important in addressing this disease. Because COVID-19 has exposed critical health inequalities in cities. People living in socio-economically disadvantaged communities have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Lack of access to free, high-quality healthcare, the absence of paid sick leave, the lack of access to proper health information are just some of the factors that make people more vulnerable to contracting and spreading COVID-19. So the impact of COVID-19 outbreak on our societies is a testament how health affects and is affected by decisions and policies across sectors and departments. Health is linked to other policy agendas, including social, employment, housing, and environmental policies. That's why we need to focus on those who are not only vulnerable from a biomedical point of view, but also experience barriers when it comes to social and cultural settings. And that pattern is exactly the same for diabetes and obesity. And I think it's interesting, I said we have 36 cities as part of the City-State Diabetes Network. And those communities and local coalitions, even though they have initially focused on diabetes and obesity, they have in the past year, almost a year, also acted as a community of interested parties trying to address COVID-19 and those health challenges with a focus on the most vulnerable. That goes for Italy, where they work to address social isolation among the elderly. It was a data mapping and planning exercise in Houston, where a methodology developed for diabetes and obesity was applied to COVID-19, also to understand which communities were at the greatest risk. In China, we worked through digital means to ensure a greater likelihood or make it easier for patients who had difficulty in getting their access to their medicines, having that information available online so they could much more easily get access to the diabetes medicines. And in Denmark, where I live, we also work to address social isolation. And there are many more examples of this around the world. And it just, I think, serves to underline how one initiative trying to address vulnerability in urban health can also address vulnerabilities when it comes to other health risks. So going back to the City-State Diabetes Program and understanding vulnerability in cities, I think we know a lot about biomedicine. We know a lot about when doing tests so you can diagnose diabetes, and I think our hospitals are becoming increasingly good at addressing and treating the disease. But I think, and here I'm pointing just as much to myself, when we began this journey in my company, we probably lacked a more proper understanding of the challenges that people living with diabetes and obesity live in their everyday lives. So that's why we, in collaboration with the University College London and the Steno Diabetes Center Copenhagen, have developed a number of tools to understand the socioeconomic and cultural factors that actually challenge people living with diabetes. One is the diabetes vulnerability assessment, and the other one is the diabetes priority assessment. And we have applied them across many geographies to understand what these are. Let me just give you a few examples what I'm actually talking about. So the social factors, they include financial constraints, time constraints, resource constraints, or geographic constraints. Time constraint is a global challenge. We've seen that in India, in China, in the US, in Europe, everywhere. Particularly also among people who we would otherwise think as productive, going to work, well educated, and so on. But there is time constraint, or time poverty, as you can call it, might actually reduce the likelihood of your ability to prepare, cook, prepare or healthy meals, have time to exercise, and some of these other factors that are important for improving your health. We also have found that social isolation is an important factor here, and that traditions and conventions are also important. Across the globe, we find that there's a culture factor where we or social factor where we say that when we meet, we eat. This is a global phenomenon also, and you probably know it from yourself. When you have guests over and perhaps someone you haven't seen for a long time, you will either celebrate that with a drink or a meal, and not always the most healthy alternative. So food becomes that social fabric between both friends and family, but also between people we have not seen for a long time, or even strangers. But also traditions and the memory that we bring with us. If there are certain foods that you have enjoyed in your childhood, that will lie somewhere in your gut or in your brain or somewhere in your system as a craving that you will continue to appreciate, and therefore you would also seek these or repeat these behaviors or seek those kinds of foods. Not always the most healthy ones. At least I can tell that from my own experience that that's certainly the case. So we need to understand what these cultural determinants are, because only by understanding what those determinants are can we address those barriers. If it is social isolation or even mistrust in formal health systems, we can put as many health clinics up in the neighborhood, but people maybe don't want to visit them. And if we don't understand why they don't trust the healthcare system, then the strategy will certainly almost fail. So in sum, I think it's important to yes, understand biomedicine. That is, how we treat the disease, but medicine that for some reason is not used does not work. So we need to combine the understanding of the challenges that people live with in their daily lives with the opportunity to address the disease that they're living with. Here's an example from Houston, where we identified the lack of trust in the formal healthcare system, and also the challenge of social isolation as part of the research. We then, as part of the local coalition, established a partnership with a number of different organizations, both public and also from academia and from civil society, patient organizations, for example. And there we found that there was a group who did not, some way or another, trust the formal healthcare system. So what we did instead was to work through places where they trust each other and where that, can break down that barrier of isolation. And that was the faith-based organization, the churches, the synagogues, the mosques, the temples, and so on in Houston. And they developed a diabetes health education to bypass some of those challenges. And they've been quite successful in applying or empowering communities of faith in Houston to better understand and address diabetes awareness, prevention, and diabetes management with a focus on how religious beliefs, practice, and community life can be supported in this. Quite successful, quite surprising solution to a challenge, but something that has actually is being copied in other localities and other cities around the world as we speak. So let me also go to Moscow, because Moscow is, we hope, on the way in to this program, and as many other cities have worked on, we also want to understand what is the particular challenge of urban diabetes in Moscow. And we have done that in collaboration with the University College London and Strelka KB, where we have, through an anthropological digital listening exercise, have tried to understand the challenge of diabetes in Moscow. For comparison, diabetes prevalence in Moscow is relatively low. It's around 3-4% of the population. But it is 350 individuals who live with diabetes, which is a big number in itself. And there's a growth between 5 and 10,000 people per year. So it's a rising problem. One of the explanations behind this is because of the life expectancy of Russians and Muscovites is lower for comparable cities. And diabetes is a disease that presents itself in midlife and later in life. If the life expectancy is lower, the number of people with diabetes will be lower also. But I know that Moscow and Russia in general is making great strides and investing a lot in increasing the life expectancy, both for men and women in the country. And we should therefore also expect to see more people living with diabetes over time. And I think it is exactly now that we can act in time. And that is, I think, is an important lesson for everyone who wants to address this challenge. So let's look at some of the results from Moscow. Some are mirroring what we see in other parts of the world, but some are also unique to Moscow. Particularly, I would say the longevity, life expectancy of the Moscow population is something that is at play here, particularly for men, because men are less likely to be diagnosed. And that is because they die younger, simply. But they're also less likely to talk about their diabetes. That is not unique to Moscow. We see that for men my age and older everywhere in the world. And so we found that in the text that we studied, that around 20% of the publications around type 2 diabetes were written by men, and 80% were written by women. So there's a disconnect there, and it has probably to do something about one thing is not necessarily worrying about your own health, but also, and I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind, that there's a perception that if you get type 2 diabetes, then you're weak, and you are not. People will not. People don't want to appear weak in any way. If we just look at women, as I said, they are more active and more willing to talk about it. They're also more likely to be diagnosed, but they also have their own particular challenges. Many women are also caregivers, and they are experiencing stress challenges from often having to cook the meals for themselves if they live with type 2 diabetes, while cooking a normal meal for the rest of the family because of traditions or expectations and so on. So, and in comparison, if it's a man who lives with diabetes, then it's probably more normal for the whole family to eat the diet that fits him and his specific diet. So there's something about different roles and also different cultures in your families, and maybe that's something that you will recognize as well. Women are more, as I said, more likely to share their experiences, but I think in common for everyone is the stigmatization of people with type 2 diabetes, and that's a serious impediment both for diagnosis but also for treatment. If you have type 2 diabetes, you are seen as weak or poor, and that stigma is not just something you can brush off. It's something where you that has an impact when you are looking for a job, creating relationships, and changing your lifestyle. So we need to, in the absence of role models and influencers for type 2 diabetes, we need to see how we can address that. And maybe it is actually by finding what these role models and influencers are, so we can normalize what it is to live with diabetes. Because diabetes does not have to be a death sentence, and certainly it's a death sentence in the long run. And there are many years of good quality of life with good quality ahead of you if you are diagnosed early and if you receive the proper treatment. We can also see, and that's maybe it's a more of a historic belief, that there's a lack of trust in the healthcare system and medical treatment. That we see in many places, and probably is more than we see it for we see it more for vulnerable population than for the general population in general. So it is these outdated perceptions of the healthcare system combined with a low medical literacy that often results in questionable alternative treatments that are being sought. And then finally, for people who have physical disabilities, the city is often not designed in a way that makes it easy for people with disabilities to move around. So, and here I think Moscow can learn, for example, from Rome, who have actually developed a walking route map in the Roma passport that was developed in 2017. So I can go on. I'm short on time here. We are continuing the research. We've done a survey of a number of texts, and then we're doing over the next couple of months a number of in-depth interviews with people with type 2 diabetes, where we'll hopefully learn more and test some of the hypotheses that we have here. Thank you very much for listening.
So sad to stop it, but we have just 1 minute. И очень хочется спросить.
And we would really like to ask you about Moscow. Well, it's obvious about stigmatization, about adults who have type 2 diabetes, but what we would like to know is about obesity among children, because this problem is very acute, and obviously this is linked to lifestyle and urban development. Could you please share briefly what needs to be done by urbanists in the world to increase healthy lifestyle among children to prevent diabetes and obesity?
Sorry, I have no translation, so if you could repeat the question in English.
Yeah, but sorry. Maybe it's just 15 seconds. What
okay.
is the most effective?
What is the most effective
for the prevention of diabetes in children?
It's the diet.
Just for 1 minute, if
yeah, no, but to prevent diabetes. To prevent obesity in children, I think it is the diet that is the most important, and it's the diet that is given within the family. We see often that a child that is obese lives in a family with obesity, and we need to look at how we can create healthy food environments for children, and it's not only for the individual. It's part of what the whole family does.
And what do you think about this city's structure, about the playgrounds for children or something like this?
No, but exercise is just as important, and physical literacy, knowing what your body can do and how you can exercise is very important. But I think it's the most dangerous 3 meters that you have in your house is the distance between your refrigerator and the dinner table. This is where you will gain the most weight. It's you can get in good fitness by exercising, but it's when you look in the fridge, that's the really most dangerous spot in your house.
Yeah, thank you so much. Это был Нильс Лунд.
That was Nils Lund, Vice President of Novo Nordisk company, and that was an amazing lecture about type 2 diabetes, which is the main threat to population in 21st century. Take care, eat a little, and this 3 meters between kitchen and fridge, just run. Please stay with us, we'll have a new lecture very soon. 14:34 Moscow time. We are online from Manish from Moscow Urban Forum. Our next guest will read the wonderful lecture. The name of the lecture is Piero Pellizzaro. He will talk about who will tell us about resilience. So, what are the anti-crisis solutions in management of health and urban health? Of course, a response to fast spread of infection in all towns, impressed by its scale and coherency, towns of all the world effectively made measures to deal with the pandemic. This includes the closure of borders, deployment of a large number of hospitals to process information or take in patients, including attempts to save patients that were taken together with private clinics. And this was important for the whole humanity. And this is about the resilience. And these tests we passed in 2020. It is very significant and illustrative, and this is exactly what we will be talking about now. What anti-crisis solutions to organize urban environment can affect the health and well-being of citizens? Piero Pellizzaro will talk about this with us. He is the Chief Resilience Officer in the municipality of Milan. Piero Pellizzaro has 10 years of experience in climate change policies and urban planning for sustainable development. Currently, he is Milan's Chief Resilience Officer and city lead for the H2020 Lighthouse project Sharing Cities at the municipality of Milan. The Sharing Cities project is an international collaboration between industry and cities in close cooperation with European Innovation Partnership on Smart Cities and Communities. Piero Pellizzaro is an advisor of the Italian Minister of Environment, Land and Sea on urban adaptation policy to climate change. And Mr. Pellizzaro is the co-founder of Climatia, a specialist Italian climate change adaptation consultancy, where he serves as a resilience specialist. Mr. Pellizzaro was an associate with Acclimatize, a company with the mission of making the world more resilient to climate change. Piero is a member of the European Commission Mayors Adapt Working Group, tasked with engaging cities to act to adapt to climate change, and a member of FIRA 2016 Working Group on the implementation of climate policy. He writes for different magazines on climate change and is a member of a working group, Major Adapt, which was created by European Commission to make climate work to deal with climate change. So one may ask, what does climate change has to do with resilience? Well, they have a lot in common, and Piero Pellizzaro will tell us about this. So, Piero, the floor is yours. Nice to meet you, Piero.
Nice to meet you, and good morning and good afternoon, everyone. And thanks to invite me over for these events and for the introduction. So you ask what is resilience and how resilience could be linked to climate change. Climate change is one of the major risks that the global health is facing at the moment, together with the pandemic, together with other economic or social crises. And when we look at climate change as a risk for our built environment in terms of infrastructures continuity, or for our business continuity or economy, or even when flash flooding or heat waves it's affecting the health of our population, is when it comes to urban resilience, has the ability of individuals, communities, institutions, and business to survive, adapt, and grow regardless of what chronic stress and acute shock they suffer. So it's resilience, it's not the solution. Resilience is a capacity, is a capability that all of us as individuals, as a community, we implement when something is affecting our everyday life. And then climate change is one of these events. So when we look at the implementation of resilience, as the city of Milan, we have designed and developed a Milan resilience strategy. At the beginning, we have a look at the preliminary evaluation of resilience. So which kind of shock and stress are affecting our cities, in particular Milan. We have identified among shock, the shock is something that it happened, that it was not expected. So the community, through our participatory process, have identified flawed infrastructure system collapse, for example, as two of the main shock of the streets of the city. On the other hand, we have looked at the stress of the cities. And then it's quite interesting how the city of Milan seems to be now get use of heat waves. So stress has something that it's repeatedly happening in the cities, has air quality is a stress for the city of Milan. So looking at the shock and the stress guide us through identify the different thematic areas that the resilience strategy is looking at. We have Milan as water cities. As you know, Milan has 3 rivers. These 3 rivers are covered at the moment because we need to create in the past space for cars, but now we want to reopen. So how the reopen of the canal in Milan could lead a more sustainable, a more livable cities, but at the same time, how using the groundwater is a big opportunity for us for the environmental transition and to reach the carbon neutrality before 2050. And then we have Living Milan. Living Milan is how we can improve the quality of the built environment, especially in the peripheries, especially in the peri-urban area of the cities, where the vulnerable population is located and where they are more affected by climate change, for example. Then we have Cool Milano. That Cool Milano is not because we're supposed to be the capital of fashion and design, but Cool Milano because the city of Milan has seen an increase of 3.3 degrees between 1951 and 2017 at the urban scale. So we need to cooling down the cities. Then we have Circular Milan, looking at the circularity, the circular economy, how we should improve the reuse of our resources. So it's linking the waste management and the the innovation that the environment is built in Milan and the economy of the startup that are based here in Milan. Then we have Safer Milan, how we can improve the safety in terms of cyber attack and in terms of flooding of Milan. And next task is how we're planning the future of the cities in terms of infrastructures, how we should move, how we can implement this. So we have identified 3 different pillars: procedure and services, space and infrastructures, and community and population. Because having an inclusive, aware, and proactive communities is one of the key elements of every kind of public policy when we look at the urban resilience at the city scale. So what we are doing, for example, so giving to the practice. The city of Milan has 1.4 million inhabitants, with an increase of the population that it seems it's almost 50,000 people coming to Milan every year. So we are seeing an increase of the population. When we see an increase of population with a limited space, the city of Milan is quite small. It's only 181 square kilometers. So we need to look at the different opportunities of space. One of the space we have in the city, a roof. The roof, it could be used for different purpose, to recover space for business or for the energy and the climatic transition. So we have looked at the energy potential of all different kind of roof. So as you can see on the map, we have mapped all the roof. We look at the different infrastructures need of the roof. And now we are launching this platform where a citizen or a developer could look at the roof and say, if it is red, we can have a PV system. If it is blue, we can work on the water management system in terms of recovery water. If it's green, we can work on the green roof. And when you have a green roof, then you can also maybe even create a bar, a restaurant, or other kind of commercial activities. If it's gray, it's a mix of different solutions. If it's yellow, it could be used only for kind of social initiatives. So you can have a space when a community could talk and be together. Then we also look at the city, how we should make more way for the environment at the city scales. One of the tools we have used last year, we have been working on the master plan of the city, the vision through 2030. And one of the pillars of the city was identifying new green infrastructures, new blue infrastructures, and new parks, and how this could be make possible with collaboration with the private sector, but as well with the use of public funding. And so we are mapping all different infrastructures, and then it got, what you can see on the screen is what we build in the near future. What is important here, that the city of Milan is suffering flash flooding. all these kind of measures in the areas that are mapped that also helping us to depave the city, so remove concrete and increase the permeable soil, because we need to reduce the increase of water when flash flooding event is happening. So this is the first element. Working on build a better environment is also useful to create an inclusive society, but on the other hand, is also helping us to adapt to the climate change. So the Article 10, that is one of the measures that is leading to this kind of transformation, it's an innovative index that the City of Milan has introduced for the developers and for everyone who want to basically regenerate a built environment or for maybe maintenance in their building. The Article 10 is introducing a climate impact index. So until now, we always see building, how the building is impacting on the existing environment. Now this index is also how the new building could impact on the reduction of climate change impact. How we have made this possible? It was possible because we create and we make mandatory now that for all new building, you should integrate green roof, vertical facade, the green vertical facade, or increase the permeable areas around the building that is being constructed. So this is an important tool that is leading through the 2030 to increase the green space that help us to to mitigate the impact of heat waves on the side, and on the other side, increase the permeable areas of the cities to the flash flood. And both of these measures are also have a main impact. It is on the health of our community, because having more green is also helping to reduce the air pollution and increase the comfort of our population outside and inside the building. That is essential. The other is the Forestami program. 3 years ago, we have launched this initiative to plant 3 million trees before 2030 in the metropolitan area of the cities. This is meaning an increase of the 80% of the tree canopy and the simulation of more than 5 million tons of CO2 per year. But what is important for Forestami, that it's increasing the green areas, especially before we were strict, before it was gray, is also an opportunity to increase the quality of the built environment for our commercial activities. And it's pretty demonstrated. More green is meaning also an increase of the economy, because that is leading the population to work more and to consume more in the city. This Forestami program is a joint initiative together with the metropolitan government, with the two main parks, the northern park and the southern park of the city, and the regional government. But is also based on the participation on the private stakeholders, because we are collecting sponsorship and donation by private companies that want to contribute to the future of these cities, because they know that a better city that can guarantee the business community, the business continuity for their activities. It's also a guarantee that the economy here is stable and safe. The other element, we also work on Piazza Aperte, the open square. The open square is a tactical urbanism initiative that taking the space, as you can see on the background, this picture, this was before a sort of known place when normally you have a parking slot, then we have closed it, we have started painting white and yellow. Why white and yellow? Because white and yellow is happy to reflect the sun during the summer, so it's cooling down the surface. We have had tennis table ground. We have made bench, and we also introduced the bike sharing in this square. This square was made for the purpose of to create a new space for the community dialogue and for the inclusive communication. But then this kind of initiative is also helping us to cooling down the city on the side, and on the other end to promote the public bike sharing, and third, also to promote this kind of sport initiative where the younger and the older generation are talking to each other and create even a more inclusive and well-being society in general. So when we come to all this solution, when we come to the emergency, when the pandemic, the COVID-19 emergency comes, has an impact on the cities. So the city where there was based on society, work and times and space sharing was suddenly closed. So what we should do? That was all our journey through the emergency, and we are still in the emergency, so it was a long way through. I added at the beginning of this timeline some of the plan that we already had developed in advance, because In the emergency management, they always said that when an emergency comes, it's important what you deliver when the emergency comes, but it's even more important what you have done before the emergency to be ready to react to the emergency and even to recover after the emergency. So the city has identified a task force where we are part of, identifying 3 main pillars: environmental transition, digital infrastructures, and green wave funding. So all these 3 elements has led the city to basically scale up the environmental transition where it was already in place before the emergency and leading through the new recovery action of the city itself. So the recovery of the city itself is based on 5 main principles: equity, accessibility, renaturalization, decarbonization, and active participation. I want to focus a bit on equity and renaturalization because the recovery plan of the city has the same principle that has before our policy on the future of the cities: equity and renaturalization. We always been asked, and we also support the mayor that always ask us that for each euro we invest on climate change action, we have to invest an euro on equity. So it's meaning that the climate change action has always to be focused to also to increase the equality among the community and how we can improve the built environment to make this possible. It's our challenge for the next few years. So from Piazza Aperte, that was an experience to increase the inclusiveness of our society, during the pandemic, we have started working on the Strada Aperte, that its name Open Street. So we developed 35 new kilometers of bike lines that was delivered between May and December. I know that seems to be a small number for a big city as Moscow, but for a city of Milan, it's really a challenging initiative. 35 kilometers in few months. We deliver basically in 4 months. We also extend the zone 30, so when the speed limit it's reached 30 kilometers, and we have significantly increased the walkable areas in the public space. That is, for us, is the key part of our community. The other concept we have introduced is the dual use infrastructure. So how we can use the same building for school, for example, between September and May, and when it comes May or September, or when it comes an emergency, school could be used not only for educational purpose, but also as a recovery place, for example, during our heat waves for the elderly people that normally are exposed. And not all of our elderly people has the economic capacity, for example, to buy a air conditioning system. So we want to offer an alternative for that to get together because they also feel lonely maybe during the summer or during the winter, and we want to create this social place and this be the school. So the dual use infrastructure is one of the key pillars for us. Then the pavement of the city is to work on the precautionary measures of the emergency of the COVID. Because if there is not strict correlation between the COVID and the air pollution, we know that if reducing the air pollution and build a city that is more sustainable in terms of environment, it's reducing the exposure of the risk of our population to new kind of respiratory disease as was the COVID-19. So the paving and greening, for us, it's an important step to improve the quality of our air. We have launched now, since the 1st of January 2019, there is a new smoking ban in the city as well. Basically, it will be forbidden to smoke at San Siro Stadium, for example. So if some of you love Milan Inter football team, they can go to watch, but no more cigarette. There is a smoking ban in the parks, and there will be a smoking ban as well at the public transport stop. So this kind, why a smoking ban in the open space? Because for us, 8% of our pollution comes from smoking. That it seems a huge number, but it's the reality and this is the truth. So it becomes necessary for this, also for the. So all these actions that was part of the recovery plan of the city are also part of the air and climate plan that has been as a vision on 2050, because our goals is to reach the carbon neutrality before 2050. This is the 5 pillars of our air and climate plan: the slow Milano, so moving more to cycle and pedestrian cities; a positive energy Milano, where we have more distributed energy production on the ground; cool Milano, inclusive Milan, and informed citizen, to have a proactive community. All these 5 elements will lead us to a new way of living in the cities. So thank you very much for your time and for your invitation, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you for your impressive lecture. Do you hear translation?
Perfect. Thank you.
Очень интересный вопрос.
That is a very interesting presentation. Thank you for that. A question to that. As for the active participants, Milano was one of the cities suffering most during the pandemic. So what was the role, the contribution of the communities in opposing and battling COVID-19 and this anti-fragility test? So what was the community's contribution and role in countering that?
Well, let me first thank all the Milanese community, the international community that are present in Milan, because we're a really educated community. What they have done? Well, first of all, there was an unbelievable and incredible availability by all the community to support and to volunteering to the vulnerable population. So we have launched the Milano Aiuto, that is an emergency platform where volunteering or association could help to deliver food. Just give you some number. Over the first lockdown, was spring 2020, we deliver around 200,000 meals every day to vulnerable population. We reach 500,000 population with this food delivery. So there was a lot of community that not only delivering, volunteering to deliver, but also to prepare the box, and even our commercial bar and restaurant were available to deliver to us food to support the community. On the other hand, what was important for our community that they learned, but that was also thanks to what we have done before. The Deputy Mayor, Ms. Cristina Tajani, launched a few years ago the sharing economy policy. The sharing economy is working on the local shop, is how we can create a service at the local district. And all these platforms and these services was essential for us to work with the community and to be close to everyone, even during the fragile. And be the first one after the Chinese cities. I mean, it was giving us also a leadership that is one of the leadership that we should be lucky to avoid somehow. But I would like again to thank all our community for the great effort they have done.
В этом смысле хочется сказать спасибо.
Well, in this context, we would like to thank also the citizens of Milano for their inspiring experience. We have been actually, all of us have been following the news, the developments in Italy, in Milano. One more short question, personal one. Everywhere, the smoking prohibition as of January 21, is that for Milano only or most of Italy?
Well, it's as a smoker, because I'm a smoker and supposed to quit. It's only for Milan. It's for the municipality of Milan at the moment, and we hope that we're gonna lead a movement also for the other cities to introduce the smoking ban. We believe that smoking ban, yes, it's an air pollution measures for us, but on the other hand, is especially measures to protect our community from respiratory disease. It is increasing. The COVID-19 is one of the examples, but we have already experienced other kind of disease in the past. It could come in the near future. So every kind of action that could reduce the impact of such disease on our community health, that is has to be implemented. So even as a smoker, I'm totally supportive of this initiative.
Thank you so much. That was a good presentation from Piero Pellizzaro, Director for Sustainability Issues, City and Municipality of Milano. Thank you. Stay with us. We'll have a small intermission and we'll be back at 5 p.m. That'll be a great showcase to share. Thank you and stay with us.
17:35, we are live from the center of capital. This is Moscow Urban Forum. My name is Ksenia Chudinova. I'm the chief editor of Project SNOP. We are on track of a successful town. Smart sustainability, how big data helps towns to adapt to the crisis. COVID-19 pandemic proved the efficiency of processing big data. How towns, countries and regions dealt with this, how they received this data, used it, and what regulations they have to use this data. We have a big session on this topic, and a lot of speakers will be talking. Let me introduce them. Dmitry Ivanov, the Deputy of Information Technology Department of Moscow, Andrew Salkin, co-founder of Resilient City Catalyst, Roberta Bachelan, Head of Unit Data Service, European Commission's Directorate General for Informatics, Fred Sidban, Microsoft Central and Eastern Europe Smart City Director, Deputy Mayor of Asnieres-sur-Seine, and Lola Zvirblis, Coordinator, Smart City Project, Ministry for Housing, Construction and Utilities of the Russian Federation. Let us start with Dmitry Ivanov. Dmitry, hello. Good evening. Good evening to you too. First, we would like to commend you on the large work of the Department of Moscow in the area of IT and digitalization, as well as automatization, providing digital passes to the citizens and other services. Please share with us how Moscow uses data in the work of administration, and what results of this work could you tell us about? Good evening once again. It is true that today we discuss about how data IT services helped town deal with pandemic, and we would like to note that during spring and autumn, MOSRU portal, which is the main digital platform, a main digital window for Moscow citizens, MOS.ru became an important tool for interaction between Moscow citizens and business with the Moscow authorities. And not only this platform, but other services that are a part of current IT infrastructure of Moscow. What else is important is IT infrastructure that has been developing for so many years, which includes so many services to provide services digitally for individuals and businesses as the center for processing data, a huge volume of information systems that deal with digitalization of certain industries of towns such as medicine, education, property management. And this is a global infrastructure which allowed us in short term to solve those goals and challenges that the city faced because of pandemic. As an example, in spring, when the situation unfolded, all electronic services allowed citizens during the times of restrictions to get the services without leaving home. And this was very important because these were daily services, for example, which involve use of car or regards family, and including services that provide different kind of support. And it is in time of restrictions when it was hard or even impossible to go to certain center, buy food and get service. All these opportunities were provided to citizens digitally while staying at home. Moreover, the times of pandemic became a booster for use of such services. We see a lot of e-services that were not used as actively by citizens before. For example, cell services were used by citizens remotely. Some services would be used in traditional offline method. Nonetheless, the pandemic didn't leave any choice, so users got used to using the service online and kept using it online after lifting the restrictions. Plus, IT infrastructure of Moscow allowed citizens to stay in touch, to get information about health on time. I mean, they were able to make an appointment at the doctor's office and to get the results of tests thanks to electronic medical profile. Students were able to continue education with the digital systems of Moscow. As of now, more than 4 million online lessons have been held. There are a lot of daily services that let business and individuals get necessary services while staying at home. One of the recent examples is when IT service helped business to deal with pandemic and challenges. Well, the recent example of this is the system of QR codes and check-ins that Moscow citizens need to use when they go to a restaurant, for example. So this system allows a visitor to check in before entering a facility, and if sometime later it turns out that inside this facility there was someone who later tested positive for COVID, we can identify all possible contact visitors and notify them about this. So we would send them a message, and they would know that they were in the risk zone and they should take care of their health, and in case of symptoms, they should go to doctor immediately. So this system is an example of a system that is actively used by citizens because the result is clear to them. So this allows citizens to go to different places, and on the other hand, it protects them, and they can swiftly learn if they were in a place where a sick person was. So in this case, they would be able to limit communication and stop the spread of the disease. On the other hand, this service allowed business to keep working when different restrictions were being implemented. The system keeps functioning as advisory. So many places, upon their own initiative, receive QR code and arrange this check-in system. But we see that Moscow citizens are using the system actively, Moscow facilities are using the system actively too, and we hope that it will really help to maintain the balance. On the one hand, give an opportunity for people to learn about potential risks and danger, and to prevent the spread of disease. On the other hand, it allows companies to keep working. So these were a few examples of city IT services that have been helping us in this complex situation. Dmitry, thank you very much. You touched on a very important topic, which is control over pandemic and maintaining privacy of citizens. We'll go back to this topic later. Thank you for being in line with schedule. Dear speakers, sorry for not reminding you. We have 6 minutes per speaker. And after this, we'll have Q&A session. I would like to invite Roberta Bucciolana, which is the head of Unit Data Services, European Commission's Directorate General for Informatics. The Commission actively provided support to EU towns to deal with pandemic, and we would like to learn what methods and approach you used in your work and what you recommended to European town in terms of methodology or as a guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to everybody. So indeed, let's say the European Commission is supporting a lot the digitalization of cities. And in this context of a pandemic, this proved to be quite useful because we were able to support different cities in handling with the amount of data that they were collecting. Very quickly, to give you an idea what we are doing, we have a special fund called the Connecting Europe Facilities that is providing instruments to support cities to become more digitalized. And this promotes on one side growth, jobs, competitiveness, and the interconnection and the interoperability. But this was particularly useful now during the current pandemic situation. So the support that we are providing is targeting technical support for the transition of the cities to become more digital, to develop secure and interoperable digital services that can be also reused by other cities, and also to be, let's say, contribute to more connected and digitalized Europe. That is one of the priority of the European Commission. And we do this through what we call building blocks. And the CEF building blocks, so the Connecting Europe Facility building blocks that we used in this particular cases are the big data test infrastructure and the contest broker. The first one allows you to exploit the power of data, and the second one is a system for collecting information from different sources associated to the cities, so sensors and different other input that we can receive. Now let's focus on the example that I want to present you. So in the context of the pandemic, we were in contact with different cities and we treated very different cases, in particular with the BDTI, so the big data test infrastructure. On one side, to get the information, on other sides, to analyze, for example, we had the federation of plasma analysis in different cities, or analyzing the articles on COVID and to find, let's say, solutions. But let's focus on what happened in Florence. So you know Florence, a very touristic city that was hit, let's say, in an important way by the crisis, the pandemic. And so we did an analysis, helped them to make an analysis based on the Wi-Fi usage, the public Wi-Fi usage of the city, the traffic and pollution sensors, the tickets sold for the museums and the events, and the city assets data map, that is a location of the relevant areas in the city. And using all this input, what we wanted to assess is what was the impact on, let's say, the population from the COVID, and also how to relaunch some services, in particular related to the tourism. And so what we did was inserting all these sources into the BDTI, so the big data test infrastructure, and using them to take decisions for the city on the basis, let's say, informed decisions on the basis of the data. And so it was a sort of predictive and descriptive analysis and a time series analysis that allowed the city of Florence to take real-time decisions and having quick KPIs, so key performance indicators on what was happening. And here you have an idea what happened. So if you see in the blue graph, the lockdown periods, it's very, very clear from the sensor information that came to the city, and you can see the difference between the pre and post lockdown. But also what is very interesting is the accommodation part, where you see clearly the input coming from the hotels and similar that clearly dropped during the compared to the previous year. So it's really a big impact for a touristic city like Florence. But what is interesting is also the other graph, the linear graph, where you can see that specific areas like the parks had sort of peaks when people was allowed to go out. So in substance, all this kind of information allowed the city of Florence to take target decisions to act towards the population and towards, let's say, the tourism and other activities. So this is a typical example of these building blocks facilities that we can offer in relation to the work done for facilitating the digitalization of the cities in Europe. Have a look to our website. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Спасибо вам большое. Спасибо,
Thank you very much.
мы остаемся еще в графике.
Thank you for being in timeline. I would like to invite Lola Zvirblis, who is responsible for Smart City project. This is a very ambitious project of Ministry for Housing of Russian Federation. It was created to make our towns smart, interesting, intensive, and with the infrastructure of data. I would like to understand how pandemic affected city management and development in towns, and what examples of effective use of data you could give to us today. Hello, everyone. I will tell you about my project, about the data, about how smart technology helped Russia to go through this crisis a little easier, and will share my screen with you right now. The Smart City project in Russia has been implemented for 2 years. It is on the interference of two projects, digital economy and comfortable housing. It is guided by Ministry of Ministry of Construction of Russia, and is basically focused on digitalization of the agriculture, and the whole world and Russia is currently dealing with the pandemic. So we have a question: how smart city technologies can help us fight with this, how our project can help us deal with it. I have to know that during self-isolation, well, it gave impetus for development of digital technologies in different towns, and we have just listened to Dmitry telling us about how it was happening in Moscow. And it actually happened in many towns of Russia. I would say in all of them. And we have been monitoring this situation. We have been following on how technologies change. Why was this a new impetus? Because a lot of things needed to be digitalized long time ago, and this is what we see happening now. Just technologies help us to do it in real life mode, to interact with citizens and to deal with current issues. Digital technologies that are used in scope of the project help us deal with coronavirus, because smart city is primarily safe city, which is safe for life, health, movement, and now we see the virus, which is also about threat. So safety of a person is the most important that we need to ensure with the technology of smart city. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Is my screen being shared? Not yet. Oh, it wasn't shared before. Please continue. We can see your screen.
И демонстрировался. Все хорошо.
We have analyzed what areas were touched by the virus. Smart city has architecture. Well, to realize any service, you need to provide infrastructure for the functioning of smart cities. It is necessary to think through the logic of smart cities. Well, everything changed. Services changed, priorities changed, and technologies changed. Even those that the town uses regularly. And now, in the context of a pandemic, we recommend the following to the cities. No technology will have unless citizens are aware of the real threat of the virus. That is why we recommend using all technologies to inform citizens about the virus. For this, more screens could be used. They could tell citizens about the consequences and threats of virus. So people will start using protective equipment and avoid crowded places. Well, we know how many screens there are in town. It's just that we recommend using them. This is normal technology. Next, we ask to implement technologies that target a decrease of interaction with cities. So people should start using remote ways of contacting with services. This is what Dmitry was talking about. And we don't mind implementing control technologies that would help to abide with the restrictions introduced in town. However, this is the list. However, this one provides the least assistance. For example, if you look at the self-isolation map of Yandex that allowed to assess how citizens abide with the restrictions and with lockdown, so we could see the ranking of the regions in terms of lockdown. Smart city, which is being implemented in Russia, it affects urban environment, safety of city, well-being of people, and about investment climate. And virus affected all of this. And I would say that urban environment was affected most by it. For example, smart utility services. Here, they were made special chatbots to pay for utilities. Well, this is not a know-how for Moscow, but in a lot of places people still need to pay by going to a bank to pay for the services. And in some parts, the town was still working on green areas. In some places, voting was happening in digital format on certain environmental issues. And on 13th of May, the platform for citizens of a town were also implemented, and State Duma approved a project for this.
Or otherwise, we have seen how they've disconnected or reconnected the buttons to change the traffic lights, red to yellow to green. So they made it automatic so that people wouldn't have to use their hands to push the buttons. Cities of Kazan, Kaliningrad, Ulan-Ude. I don't know how it worked in Moscow, but what we had in Moscow, the buttons in public transportation, in the buses and trains have been disconnected, or you have contactless car refueling, many other cases of eliminating physical contacts. QR codes, video surveillance, all the other applications are widely used to avoid physical contact. As for the digital urban management, there are some improvements in management. A lot of examples of giving up live queuing, live lines. So it's electronic queuing now, not only Moscow, but many other cities, or platforms and channels for complaints. So next year it will be spread all over the country, not only Moscow. So all that will have one single registration password. I'll have to admit something. The investment climate. A lot of small companies have started their startups, have started active promotions. Like you've seen Yandex Deliver guys using their bikes on white squares. That was a nice video we saw yesterday. So information technology and communicating messages is another area where you can use technology breakthroughs just to improve efficiency. There are many other auxiliary and support technologies to improve physical counteraction with the cities. Switching off the buttons is one of them. How much do I have? Not even 1 minute. You used up all of your time, but thank you. Stay with us. We do have some questions, and it seems like we'll go to Q&A section. We're going to invite Andrew Salkin, the co-founder of Resilient City Catalyst company, and that is an entity that is actively dealing with city sustainability and resiliency against different destruction factors of both nature and human nature destruction. So it will be interesting to discuss some trends in sustainability and resilience, and what particular techniques have you discovered in this tragic year of 2020, the pandemic year, and what is the contribution of the private sector, private companies in providing this sustainability and resilience of the cities. Andrew, you're welcome.
Glad to see you.
Very nice to see you.
It's great to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm sharing my presentation. And I hope everyone can see it. First, the work that cities are doing around the world and the work of my fellow panelists is truly impressive, and the ability to manage this pandemic and help make cities places that aren't just being healthy, but also starting to return and thrive is really critical. And what I wanted to share today is a little bit of using the concept of resilience to help think about how cities can take lessons learned from the COVID events and begin applying that to how they recover and also become different cities and transform. So at Resilient Cities Catalyst, we work with cities on understanding their need for resilience. And it really starts at a high level and recognizing that there's exposure to natural disasters, that there's growing inequalities in different ways that these impacts are playing out in cities, recognizing that our infrastructure is not able to support what cities needed to do. And so we need to upgrade and improve the infrastructure so we can live in the 21st century the way we want. And more, we're starting to recognize how connected we really are. And forums like this really show us that cities around the world are experiencing the same challenges and using the same methodologies to solve that. But then there's things like COVID, which have really not only shown that the world is connected, but that the systems within cities are tied to each other. And if you pull one too hard, you could see cascading effects that begin to impact everything. So thinking about data and how data plays out in resilience, it's important to think about where you're trying to go with this concept of resilience. And for us, it's thinking about the systems within a city to not just survive and adapt, which is what we've been talking about a lot today, is how do you survive and adapt given COVID? But what we also want cities to think about is thriving. And to help cities do that, we spend a lot of time thinking about shocks and stresses. And these shocks are very obvious. These are those types of things that happen, like big events and floods and earthquakes and fires. And they're the kind of things like a pandemic. And when you start thinking about the data that you need to begin tracking and recovering, it has to think about these types of topics, plus many more. But more importantly, it's these stresses that we need to bring to the forefront, those things that happen every day in our cities that need to be monitored and tracked. And as you heard in examples from Moscow and working with the EU and the Smart Cities program across Russia, is the work here is really beginning to elevate how citizens and government are working day to day on the normal business normal business of living in a city. And a lot of this plays out in stresses. And so thinking about these shocks and stresses and how they come together is critical for leveraging and understanding data. And a couple lessons that I think are worth sharing and things that we've realized both before COVID and through COVID is about the importance of data and how it plays out in helping a city manage. One of the things that has been truly amazing, and the examples from Florence and the examples in Moscow and smart cities prove that, is there's new data that's becoming available. And this data is tremendously helpful. And for one of the very first times that I can see is private data outside government is being brought into government, and government is able to use that data effectively to track what the impacts have been for COVID. And here are some good examples in New York City. They're using the data that's in Track to Recovery, which is out of Harvard University. Google is providing open forums on their mobility. Yelp, which is a restaurant app, is helping the cities understand who's using restaurants and when they're closed and open. And MasterCard, of course, is sharing data about who's using credit cards. And this data is extremely important in understanding how COVID has impacted the city. But what's more important is beginning to think about how do you leverage this data to change how you begin to, how your city operates beyond COVID and where it needs to go. So not just how do you open up the city, but where does the transportation need to now happen given where the new jobs are going to be, where people are living. In order for this to happen, you actually need to have the data that you can use. And one of the problems that have existed, and it was really great to hear Roberto and the EU working with cities to build that capacity. A lot of the big data that we're talking about is just too big for government to use, or the technical capacities and tools just don't exist within the civil service systems in the bureaucracy. And often what you're also seeing is one agency might own data and the other agency might need that. One of the things that New York experienced is they needed to bring food to seniors, but they didn't have a good idea where the seniors were, except that information was in the tax department. So linking agencies together can be really critical. But in order to use the data, you need to have the data. And often procurement barriers and funding barriers really prevent cities from using that information. And if you can begin to think about all the work that has been done to create new data sources or change the way procurement is used during COVID, this is a great opportunity to take those lessons and continue them forward and really think about bringing that data in and making sure you have the resources available to keep the data readily available for government employees. And finally, you have to think about security and you have to understand the privacy data and setting up global privacy rules so that all data can follow common protocols will help the use of data across multiple platforms, both inside government and outside government, that will begin to unlock the capacity of government and others to use data, not just to manage COVID, but really to begin to plan for the future beyond COVID, which we all feel hopeful is going to be very soon. Thank you for that, and I look forward to the conversation.
Спасибо большое, спасибо, очень интересное.
Thank you so much. It was an interesting speech. Now I'd like to invite Fred Sidborn, a great speaker, and the fact that he manages to combine his performance in Microsoft and acting as a vice mayor of Agnières-sur-Seine, a city in France. So please tell us, how do you manage to combine the two jobs, and what are the benefits of that for your performance, and what specific IT solutions have been implemented in the city that you helped supervise, and what can you respectively boast of in your developments or methodology or new solutions or applications? Thank you so much.
Не включен микрофон у нашего
Please activate your mic. Reconnect your mic, please. We'll have people tell the speaker. But please note, when we discuss the use of big data,
Yes.
practically...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, of course.
Yes?
Glad to hear
Okay,
you.
perfect. So thank you very much. Yes, indeed. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. I have indeed a unique experience as I work at Microsoft for 22 years now for Eastern Europe countries, including Russia. So outside of France, as in France, I'm not Microsoft at all. I have been elected indeed deputy mayor for 6 years ago of a town which is the third biggest town of the Hauts-de-Seine department called Agnières-sur-Seine. So the city, with around 100,000 citizens, is just next to Paris. And this is a town of one of Louis Vuitton manufacturing, for example, at 5 minutes from Paris Saint-Lazare or Paris La Défense, the famous big financial center of France. So I don't decide about what kind of technology is taken in my city, but I have, of course, the vision about what we need. And I'm very happy to see that Microsoft has won in a lot of solutions we needed, as it was the best solution proposed with Microsoft Azure, Power BI, Business Intelligence, Microsoft Teams, Office 365, or artificial intelligence. So I've got a few slides to show you. First of all, we have put the citizen services as the center of the vision, as the technology protects the citizens thanks to CCTV, and we have a lot of solutions with artificial intelligence and for the COVID also with that, but also brings to the people all the services they need. So we have smartphone application, which allows citizens to report an issues we can resolve very easily to increase also the citizen satisfaction, very important for the mayor and myself, or waste management solution, for example. So it's very, very successful at this time, but we also develop sensor in the all cities. And for COVID, it has been very, very helpful about that. So with the COVID, we profit with all the, for example, the lighting system. So we have 5,700 lighting points changed to LED, so minus 40% of energy saving cities. But different part were connected sensor with Azure and Power BI for big data. And so it allows us to have a dashboard with, of course, pollutions, air, quality of air, humidity, and so on, but also big data per streets and COVID-19 dashboard with predictive data with machine learning. And so in this example, for example, you can see that during the lockdown, the account of different people were not the same, of course. We, thanks to the sensors, we could understand how people were moving. And with machine learning, we could prevent the future flow of our citizens. And we see that which decision we can take thanks to all of this. So we can see how many trucks we have, how many four wheels we have, how many bicycles we have, and so on. So very, very, it was a very big need for us. And in transportation, we have also cars, of course, but also bicycle. And we have seen that during the COVID, we had different transportation, but a lot of people took the bicycle. So we needed to see where to invest, which road to invest. And so we put sensor of got for that with artificial intelligence also. So we put counters of it. And so in a different street, we will be able to see that, for example, in the different streets, we have no bicycle. Vélo is bicycle in French, so it's in French. But in different streets, we have more than 10,000 bicycles. So it is where we have to invest. So the sensor in Azure allows us to take decision to invest, to make investments in different streets. And so we have in Agnières-sur-Seine, Vélib Métropole. So Vélib is a part of the big Paris capital rent bicycle, and Anya is part of that program. And you can rent a bicycle thanks to the Velib, and all data are used on Microsoft Power BI for us to analyze the situation and to check about issues and investments to make. So I connect to Power BI. I see in my city how many bicycles have been tested by months, per days, what kind of subscription have been made. And at the end, I've got really a vision about what's going on. For example, we had a strike in transport at the beginning of 2020, so we could see the number of bicycles has been rented. And into the first lockdown in France, we have seen that, for example, the electric Velib has been made better than the standard Velib. So we decided to invest more on electric bicycle. At the end, COVID is not the only big data. It is also about people, communication, and collaboration between cities. And Microsoft Teams is used in all Moscow schools right now. And Anya has the same ideas about that, because Microsoft Teams allows us to collaborate between different people, different municipalities, and different students. So first, we made some exchange between London and Agnières, and with students we play chess because we love playing chess. So we connect on Microsoft Teams to exchange the cultures, the game about chess because it's international language. Then we put Office 365 in all schools of the cities with Microsoft Teams, and at the end, we made some events because we love Russia in Agnières-sur-Seine, so we invited Anatoly Karpov to play chess with us, with children. So TV was here, all children was here, and it was allowed to collaborate with Microsoft Teams. And at the end, we used this technology to make a digital twins with the city of Berlin, and it was a successful part. And we hope, of course, to be able to test this also with the city of Moscow. But you can see that all the technology has been very successful from the COVID, but also to the all global cities for the citizen, which is the key of our vision for the citizen satisfaction. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Я хочу обратить внимание,
Thank you so much. And please note that together with us today, we have people who are following this big court trial ongoing with the Facebook network founder. And so far, the court proceedings are still going on. We're talking about Mark Zuckerberg, and there's a blatant amount of fine paid by Google for storing personal data, just big data. So whenever we talk about big data, we'll be facing fears of citizens, end users, consumers, that are concerned with losing their personal data. So I would like to ask every one of the speakers today, supposing, and this is actually a fact of life today, supposing we are building smart cities based on end-user data, using AI, selecting certain technology solutions for us. So who is, in your opinion, who is the end responsible entity or person to take decisions? How will the city look like? How will the city be built based on the recommendations of AI? We'll take turns here. Dmitry, we'll start with you, if you don't mind. That's a good question. I think we could take a long time discoursing on that. There are capabilities with AI and big data. There's a potential with that can bring us to new possibilities. And the main beneficiary here, the interested party, setting up the demand here is actually the citizen, the end user, the person, the individual. So we've been working for a long while so that all the services and capabilities that we are establishing, they should be customer-oriented, user-oriented. So it should be comfortable both for the user and the government. So it's not the speed or the quality of the technology, of the services should be the key emphasis. It should be the end-user experience that should be the cornerstone here. So the convenience of the end user is a main criterion here. Andrew Salkin, please, what do you think of that?
I think I agree with Dimitri that this is a very hard question, and it's an important question. And one thing that I think about is how impressive the AI has been in helping these big companies, like you mentioned, Facebook, use a lot of data to make a lot of money. And I think if we could take that same energy and apply it to making the cities and the places where people live and government investments better, it would go a long way. The question is, how do you do that? And I think the example of that was shared earlier in Moscow and smart cities of getting rid of lines so people don't have to wait in line, they can have electric queue is great. And then I think about how can AI begin to help citizens get the services they deserve or they're qualified for, and help get rid of not only lines, but start helping citizens not have to wait and apply. And I think this is a very interesting question, but it starts to, again, get over that line of who's making the decisions and how do you do that. And I think thinking about strong governance where the values of the people and the values of the citizens is applied to that AI is going to be very critical.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо, Роберт. Хотелось бы спросить Роберта.
Thank you so much. And Robert, please, your turn. Please tell us, what do you think of that?
Yes. So clearly, let's say big data and artificial intelligence are there to help taking decision, to have informed decisions. And then in the end, the decision is up to either the policymaker or the, let's say, the responsible authorities in the cities. So what we have to have clearly in mind is that one thing is collecting all the necessary information, and the other thing is, let's say, taking decision. What is extremely important for us in the European Union is, for example, if we use artificial intelligence to understand how this artificial intelligence is producing a certain suggestions or results. And this is the reason for which we are really pushing the idea of having an ethical approach to artificial intelligence that allows you to well understand what is behind and how this is helping you to take the final decision. Typical example is what we have also, let's say, in the European policies. We are collecting data from all Europe to take decisions, but then it's a political master that take the decision, having in mind not only the data part, but also, let's say, the considerations that are more of policy nature or political nature. So good to have big data. This facilitates, but to be treated with cautiousness.
Thank you again. Thank you so much. And Leolia, what is your opinion, please? How could the processes be improved and optimized, this big data? In fact, I'll be more specific here with my question. What do you think? How far are we at this time from a general convention or charter, which would be common and universal for the humankind, to regulate our relationship with AI? Well, it seems we're not far from that. We're actually very close. Well, as it was rightly articulated by Roberto, decisions will be taken by politicians, high-ranking individuals. But so far, the algorithms, the AI, are not smart enough, and specifically in Russia, we keep taking decisions based on insufficient volume of data. So far, the AI has not overridden human decisions. It's an assistant, yes. So I will support Dmitry and Roberto by saying this is an issue of democratization, bringing it to large groups of people. So you cannot say that it's this particular mayor's fault, on this particular road helped to drive through for 1,000 cyclists. So thank you, architect Mr. Johnson. Or when there was a road accident on a different road, again, this is the fault of the same architect or road designer. Or was it the fault of the team of the urban city designers? So it should be responsibility of a group of people. So any decision taken should have a responsibility behind it, well-based, well-grounded responsibility. So this new profession, new trade of future skills, there's a new profession around called a checking algorithm for ethic principles. Just remember that story about an algorithm with an AI that was judging people and taking decisions based on the color of your skin. That was strange. So algorithms that are used for training, and they could be unethical in training people. So there's new profession around, new trade around, judging AI for ethic principles. So there will be a closing word. What do you think? You're the last one remaining. What do you think about democratization of processes? And that includes ethic things. And we're talking about urban development and big data handling.
Yes, again, it will be a close word because, as a deputy mayor, I will say, mayor and deputy mayor take decision. It's not AI. So, of course, AI will take care about, lots of data and will allow us, I was very agree with Roberto, to help us to see what the prediction will be, and this data we should have will also use. We will be able to use this data to optimize our decision. But the first decision we make is linked to our vision, our actions we want, and we will ask AI to go to specific things to see what's going in the futures, but it will not because of that AI will take the decision. We will take the decision, and so lots of technology like, for example, machine learning will also help to optimize all politician, for example, for the budget, for the data we have to take the good decision, the best decision to optimize, all action we can make for the citizen.
Thank you so much. And I would like to cordially thank all of our today's speakers. We had Dmitry Ivanov, Deputy Department Chief for IT Technologies of the City of Moscow, and Andrew Salkin, the co-founder of Resilient City Catalyst. We had Roberto Barcelona, the Chief of Division for Digital Services, the General Directorate of the European Commission for Medics. We also had Fred Sidbon, Microsoft Director for Solutions for Smart Cities for Central Eastern Europe, and Vice-Mayor of the city of Angers-sur-Seine. And Leola Shvirbis, the supervisor of the project within Ministry of Construction of Russia, Smart City. And please stay with us.
Hello and welcome to our session on mixed-use transportation hubs and the polycentric city. And of course, this is a topic of increased importance post-COVID, of course, because we have seen the necessity or we're seeing the changes that are happening to our cities in real time as remote work lessens our need to commute to the cores of cities. And we've seen in Paris, for example, the notion of the 15-minute city arise, that we should all live lives closer to home. I don't think we're all going to live within walking distance of our homes in the future, but we have seen this renewed interest in thinking about is how do we decentralize our cities? How do we invest in places where people live? And how do we create more polycentric metropolises? And that will be the subject of our session here. I have a great lineup of speakers who will show you their projects, and then we'll have a bit of discussion before wrapping. And so with that, I'd like to begin by kicking off and invite our first speaker to present, Sergey Kuznetsov. Sergey, please go ahead. Sergey, we can't hear you. You're on mute, so please unmute when you have a chance.
Sorry, yes. Yes. Okay, я включаю. I will start my screen demonstration. Yes, yes, I will try to do it. Okay, here I am. No.
Please go ahead. We can see it on the broadcast.
Yes. Give me a second, please, because okay. I hope you can see my presentation. Yes, it's okay. Все нормально? Видно презентацию мою?
Can you see my presentation?
В двух словах про то, с чего начал
Briefly,
полицентричный
a
город.
few words about polycentric cities. In Moscow, the question of polycentricity has been very urgent, and our current structure of city has appeared long time ago. It's been evolving, and it's hard to oppose it. However, recently, in the concept for town development, there are two large centers, and this is the priority for Moscow. Transport strategy and urban development strategy targets to decrease the load on current Moscow center. At this map, you can see current center where the Kremlin is located. You can also see Moscow city. It will keep developing later. An important center that is already starting to develop is the South Port, where ZIL project is located. There are new public spaces here, the river bank, there are railway stations and subway. A few words about each of these projects so that you could understand the scale of development of the city. Since the project is quite big, the presentation here is very simplistic. It's obvious that more details will appear in the future, but for you to understand the scope, there is already enough documents for this. The area of the city, we call it big city, it includes 2,100 hectares and 17 million square meters of new development, which is similar to the amount of housing inside the Sadovy Ring. Now presentation time is limited, so I will be talking briefly. Southport. This area, excluding ZIL, is a very big area. It is 181 hectares, plus some adjacent area, which in total 1,000 hectares, which is 2 times less than big city, however still really big, with new promise in development, with the new possible jobs, and it is also located on the riverbank, the river of Moscow River. So in the future we expect traffic on it, and we're actively working on developing on river transportation, and in the nearest years we expect to launch this project. There will be a huge transport hub. It will be accessible by subway and land transportation, by water and by other means. Few views for you here. And the fourth large center, which is being developed very actively right now, it is done on the concept that in 2012 won at the competition for the development of New Moscow. That was a very big competition, and so we developed this area according to that concept. This is the ex-Moscow region. Currently it is a part of Moscow. There are 2 lines of subway here. The highway has been reconstructed, and they have all needed functions. They provide commercial properties, there are sport facilities, there are museums located here, there is a department of Moscow State Tretyakov Gallery. Here you can see huge hospitals, very modern facility. It won a lot of architecture awards, and it is actively fighting with coronavirus right now. This is the building of a local administration. So some projects has already been carried out, including public spaces. Also, we have a video. In case we have 1 minute left for me, we could play a video of a river next to Moscow city. If we don't have time, then I would sum up that we have 4 large centers. These are projects that are in the process of implementation, and within 5 to 10 years, we will see very significant development in these areas, and Moscow will become much more polycentric compared to current situation.
Thank you, Sergey. We'll save your video for the end if there's time here, because I know we have multiple presentations and speakers, but thank you so much for that as a warm-up for this. I forgot to mention the title at the beginning. Sergey is, of course, the chief architect of Moscow. Our next speaker is Yana Golubeva, who is a partner at MLA Plus, if I'm pronouncing the firm name correctly. But please, Yana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Здравствуйте, коллеги.
Hello, colleagues. Give me a moment.
Do you see my screen?
Видим экран.
Да.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Ну ладно, давайте так.
Okay, let us proceed. Well, of course, Sergey demonstrated a very nice picture of the development of Moscow, and we all know that Moscow is the mega attraction point for developers. However, I would like to talk about other towns too. We, as a company, we work often with the regional towns located in different parts of Russia. And today we mentioned the topic of town of 20 minutes, and we think that in post-Sovietic territory this is a very good solution, because the towns in Soviet times were planned as a micro-regional structure, so it was assumed that these fully self-sufficient, they would be fully self-sufficient. And today, when we look at different towns, for example, Yekaterinburg, we see that the town consists of few elements. And the idea that we were considered in 2016 in Yekaterinburg, which is currently being implemented in Yekaterinburg, that towns should have different regions. We're not talking about super large projects where we talk about increasing multifunctionality of each region and about the need to create public spaces and objects. But I agree with Sergei that to promote polycentricity, there are two unused infrastructures in towns. One is railroad, the second is rivers, especially when the rivers are big ones. If we talk about Yekaterinburg, we looked at the railroad, at the city railroads, and we analyzed whether we can use them, and what is the capacity to develop centers around it. And we found out that we have around 1,000 hectares of territory, which is not used efficiently. It is 10-minute walking distance from the living places. Why do railways do not work properly in Russia? Because they're located far from the living areas. And it's not that easy to get to them because they're usually separated by warehouses and parking places. We have developed a concept for one of the stations in Yekaterinburg, and we see that the railroad holds a lot of territory, including territory where coal is stored. Even if we arrange the work of Russian railroads, our towns will have huge potential for development of local transport centers of micro-region level that could connect these different regions. And here you can see these are not separate development projects, but here we form a new central hub for larger region, university region, where renovation is planned. So slowly we make more dense current areas and use new facilities. The same approach is used by us in the towns of Saratov and Engels. What you see on the screen, these are the regions that the town is split into, and about each of them we talk about creating their own identity in. Plus, we have a current infrastructure that includes the tram, rail network, and city train network. A lot of stations in them. We see that people live next, very close to tram railroad, around 200 people per hectare. However, by the railroad station, more industrial facilities are located. And so now we're talking about the change of such situation and creating hubs where the railroads and tram roads intersect. And we see great potential for making multifunctional areas here. As far as I know, Russian railways is coming up with such projects, trying to create new type of development, and we support this. I see that in future, these new hubs, on the one hand, will connect that regional structures that we already had, and they will connect the part of towns where there are barriers, and they will make town more functional and more modern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yana. Well, having our first two speakers cover particularly the context of Moscow and Russia at large, I want to turn now to our sort of global speakers as well. We'll start with Suresh, who of course has a particularly global view in his work as managing director at Boston Consulting Group with experience across the Indian subcontinent, the Middle East. Suresh, I'm curious, these trends that you're seeing, and also of course well beyond this, how is this factoring into your work and how you're advising clients to think about, sort of the post-monocentric city?
Thank you. Thanks, Craig. And let me talk about polycentricity in the context of the future of city infrastructure. I co-lead our Global Center for Future of Cities, and we have done some research on seeing what is happening and what is likely the trends which are going to play out in the future. It's no surprise that COVID-19 has impacted our cities the most, and cities being the economic powerhouses, that impact is palpable. If you look at the number of cases per million in cities versus on an average, it's twice. If you look at the top 30 major economies, and you will see that 45% of cities are witnessing resurgence. Close to 40% of cities have imposed some kind of a partial lockdown or tighter restrictions. So the impact of this pandemic is substantial on cities. However, while the short term is challenging, it is evident from the past crisis that cities will transform and emerge stronger. Let's look at the Spanish flu, which happened in the early 19th century and 50 million people died. It triggered certain changes in the way city infrastructure was done and the way city businesses were conducted. To name a few, emergence of telecommerce. Businesses started accepting orders from quarantined or sick customers via telephone, and that's how telecommerce started to zoom. Similarly, if you look at automobile ownership, it reached almost 4 times that of pre-pandemic level. Automobile ownership was accelerated because of the pandemic, because of the social acceptance around usage of ambulances during the Spanish flu. Similarly, if you look at boulevards, which are there in many of the European cities, it was again triggered by the Spanish flu and the pandemic. So while there are short-term challenges, I'm very, very confident from the evidence from the past that cities will emerge stronger and transform. What is this current crisis doing to cities worldwide? If you look at the announcement, if you look at the changes, there are already changes which have been triggered. You will see significant increase in bike mobility. Cities like Paris have created 400 additional miles of bike lanes, expanding on the 15-minute city plans, Greg, which you were alluding to at the starting of the panel discussion. Similarly, if you look at cities like Milan and other cities in UK, they have also expanded the infrastructure for pedestrian walking and for bike laning and privately owned bikes. Also, cities have started to think through planning differently. They've started to rebalancing zoning protocols to include mixed development neighborhoods, mixed use neighborhoods, so that you can have both commercial, office, retail, entertainment all together in one neighborhood. So you've already started to see these changes. Now, if we were to double down and think about what are those changes which will get accelerated because of this pandemic, we could see close to about 5-6 changes which will get really accelerated. The first one is around seamless and sustainable mobility. There will be emergence of green mobility. There will be emergence of open green spaces and low carbon ecosystems which are seamlessly interconnected through the suburban infrastructure. We will also see increased outdoor orientation. There will be more focus on outdoor and leisure spaces as new city centers rather than, I would say, closed spaces as city centers. There will be connected suburban cities, very, very stronger digital connections, and there will be burgeoning local economy even in those suburban cities. As you have seen the other two speakers talking about most polycentric and suburban development, it will catch trend and it will accelerate. 15 minutes neighborhood we have previously talked about. Inclusive city. This pandemic has really shown us the inequity in access to housing, the inequity in access to economic well-being, the inequity in access to social infrastructure. There will be a trend towards more inclusive infrastructure and more inclusive city. There will be a trend towards more resilient infra and resilient democracy and also digitization of public services. So all of these trends, which were in some form moving at a certain pace in cities across the world, will pick up speed and accelerate it. Then what does it mean for city governments to do? How will they bring this to life? Let's take 2 examples and talk about what is the agenda for city governments as they think about the city infrastructure for the future. First, let's talk about the future mobility, the seamless and sustainable mobility. City governments will have to repurpose public space for non-mobility related use cases. We have huge city infrastructure, huge mobility infrastructure bang at the place where there could be actually different kind of development. As Jana was talking about rail stations with warehouses being located all around rather than it being a transit-oriented development, right? There will be new forms of last-minute logistics solutions. Otherwise, our cities will be run over by delivery trucks of various other e-commerce players, which is right now happening. There will be emergence and allowance in regulatory setup on micro-mobility solutions of different kinds of micro-mobility solutions which are sustainable and green. There will be restriction of private vehicles in city centers. Private vehicles and cargo vehicles will be restricted to only arterial roads, and public will claim back the city centers and the interiors of city. So many of these changes the city governments would have to wait. Let's talk about second example, which is the entire concept of 15-minute city. If we have to really live in a way where all of our needs can be met by 15 minutes of walking, whether it be healthcare need, educational need for our kids, whether it be our livelihood needs, entertainment needs, sports needs, if all of these have to be met within 15 minutes of our places of stay, then we need to think about zone planning. We need to think about creating space which is transformable, which is flexible, right? Whole of our city-centric design has been centered around the physical place that we work. The adoption of digitization, the adoption of work from home, the adoption of new agile ways of working is going to change that. City-centric design will be around physical places that offer the activities that we enjoy. So there will be changes. There will be a possible option that we could have a simple zoning category called a city use, and that city use will change. It's not fixed. The city use may be education today, maybe hospitals tomorrow, maybe open space tomorrow. So, but there will be an open, flexible zoning like city use, which will come up. So these were some two examples on what is the city government or what is the agenda which they need to do. As we think about this and step back, what we are witnessing is a once in a 100-year event. And what we will come out of and what will change for city will also be a change which will happen once in 100 years. And I'm really confident that though it is a pain which cities are going through economically, socially, and health-wise, they will emerge stronger, and there will be a lot of change in future. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you so much, Suresh. I should add, I mean, fantastic presentation. And I should add to that, you know, here at New Cities, we are pursuing this notion as well, looking at the idea of proximity cities, exactly these kinds of polycentricity forums. So I love your flexible zoning idea. I mean, that's how we should be thinking about these things. Well, we only have about 15 minutes left or so. Maybe I'll push a little further. But I would say this, let's go to our next two speakers of this. We're going to bring together context of Tokyo, which of course has weathered the pandemic quite well and is sort of re-engaging in the public realm. So we can talk about the importance of public space on this, and then we'll go to New York, which is seeing these exact kind of changes where parts of the urban footprint are being repurposed and is leading to the revitalization of the west side of Manhattan. So first up, Sung, please take it away with of course your Tokyo project. Are you there? I can see your presentation, but can't hear you. You're on mute. Sung, you're on mute.
Sorry about that.
Please begin.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Sung Namgung, and I'm with Picard Chilton. Today, I'm honored to share Global Gateway Shinagawa project in Tokyo. I hope what we learned and the strategies we tested for this development will be helpful for the dialogue. Tokyo is organically growing and dynamically changing polycentric city. To start with. Its extensive network of rail infrastructure serves nearly 3.5 billion passengers annually. This is more than anywhere in the world. And 80% of jobs and population is located within 1 kilometer of a metro or suburban rail station. Shinagawa district is located at the southern end of the Yamanote line, which is the looped rail line. There are many ever-changing, unique polycentric cities are located. Leveraging its 20-minute proximity to Haneda International Airport, and as well as Yamanote Line, and a new maglev train, which will bring Shinagawa and the greater regions of Japan much closer by 2027. Shinagawa district will certainly become a place which is ready for a globally scaled mixed-use development. The client for this project is East Japan Railway Company, and they have a very specific goals for this project. Their goals are creating a quality that could be enjoyed by the people in the city, and then promoting this place as a new central hub for business using the transportation that is available around. And the development itself is scaled around a new train station called Takanawa Gateway Station, which opened in March. This is designed by Kengakuma. The project, it's a very large site, 13 hectares in area and 1.6 kilometer long. And there are two phases for the project. First phase will be completed by 2024, and then the next will go beyond 2030. Within the area, there are already major developments that have occurred in the past, especially next to Shinagawa Station. However, there is one major difference between the Global Gateway Shinagawa, which will be constructed here, is the implementation of the public realm, recognizing the importance of public realm and how to use that to create a project that is much more user-friendly. Creating a successful public realm that is open, flexible, comfortable, and community-oriented is at the core of the project. Creating such a complex and large-scale project, it's about 15 million square feet of development in total. We needed to devise a language, which we call a design code, which spans at multiple different scales. At master plan scale, this in the building itself, but what's happening in between the buildings, and also especially down on the elevated deck level. And at human scale, we created, prior to the development, we created a multiple scenarios where how people could actually use various points of this elevated deck level. For example, bridges and deck level alongside a building, and how to connect level 1 and level 2 through an opening, vertical circulation spaces, and as well as the plaza areas. There is an extensive network of green elements and activity-driven seating surfaces, water features. All these will create a cohesive language throughout this entire project and enhance the quality of the experience for the users. There are three important characteristics that we thought of that was very important. First, creating a walkable neighborhood. The promenade is a prime example of how we're trying to achieve that. And creating a grand identity through the expression of the building, which are pretty large. So these identities will be both seen clearly from far and close. And thirdly, living with nature. This project is one of the projects participating in C40 initiatives, having an extensive network of green and strategy to have a smart management of energy was very important for the project. So with the design code and characteristics, what's shown here is the end result of phase 1, which will be completed by 2024. In this project, there is residential, starting from one end, museum, cultural and entertainment venues, offices, and hotel, as well as retail and conference within the podiums. And as you can see, this is an extensive project that will take a very long time. And what the client is ready to do is they understand that the time is changing, especially with the AI and decreasing community population and working from home, especially during COVID era. There is a decreased number of passengers on their train network. So they had to come up with a new business plan that allows their strategy to go much further than 2020, 2030, 2040. Creating a community that is surrounded by the train station, and the train station becoming the actual mixed-use development. And we are responsible for Block 4, which is about 500,000 square meters of development in front of the new station. The green network that I spoke of earlier is the linkage between the projects that are both horizontally designed along the promenade, but also vertically they're designed onto the podium. And then the expression on the tower with its massing and expression of the curtain walls, they do link the tower and the podium, ultimately the elevated deck, very closely, creating a cohesive language for the betterment of the project. And walking out of the station, you're embraced by a podium that has very sinuous curves that invites people. And this is one of the major public realm space that is truly multifunctional. It's large in scale, but also it could adapt to host different kinds of events. And on the other side of the project, much more scaled down, pedestrian scaled public realm space, walking down the Grand Stair, you are led to more retail-oriented corridors behind the corridor. And the green network that are vertically designed on the building is ever present in every single portion of the podium. And to end with, the importance of this project and what it embodies from a business and symbolic perspective cannot be overstated. Successfully realized, it will establish the Shinagawa district as the preeminent gateway to Japan, attract further development and spur the creation of business and cultural hub of international prominence in one of the world's greatest cities, Tokyo. Thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you so much. What an inspiring project for this. And yeah, and obviously fascinating to be in a place, one of the largest cities on earth, and also one of the a perfect example of one that hasn't seen a huge shortfall in public transit ridership, which we'll come back to the question I want to ask in a bit here about sort of the behavior changes we've seen, particularly in Western nations, about decreases in public transit. But first, our last presenter, Colin Koop from SOM in New York, who's going to talk a bit about the revitalized Penn Station and its impact on Manhattan. Colin, the floor is yours. Colin, you are in mute or there's a lack of audio. Still don't hear you. Turn up your speaker, try a different device perhaps. I don't know if you can plug something in.
Maybe I'll...
There you are, I can hear you. Audio's coming up. Go ahead. Now, I don't know if the other speakers can't, but I can't hear you now, Colin. Your audio came up for a moment. I'm not sure it's you. I don't know if it's a soundboard issue or not. Try one more time, please. There, keep talking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
All right. Yeah, I don't think it's my computer.
Go ahead.
Great. So in many ways, New York is the original polycentric city, the 5 boroughs, downtown, midtown, uptown. It's always had a tradition of polycentricity throughout its history. And if anything, that's only accelerating outwards into the boroughs and into the surrounding cities. We're here to talk about the heart, though, the core. Ironically, the heart of New York is Midtown. And it is really built around transit. There are a couple of core hubs, Grand Central, Penn Station, the PATH train station in downtown for the World Trade Center, which have often and long functioned as the sort of arteries that bring millions of people into the center of the city every day. And yet the west side of Manhattan has largely been isolated and unconnected. And there's been a huge amount of thought in the last 20 years about what to do with that. This particular node once had a great front door. I think the city will never recover from the loss of Penn Station, the original building, where your sense of coming into New York City looked like this. And we traded that for what at the time was a state-of-the-art mixed development where you arrived into New York like this. And there's a tremendous loss with that building. And one of the things that I might suggest is that polycentricity as an idea for cities should think critically about conservation as an essential aspect of polycentricity. And we have the benefit in New York of having demolished one icon, but having another directly next door readily available. 2 buildings, both by McKim, Mead, and White. The original Penn Station Across the street was what was called the Farley Building, which is essentially a mail sorting facility directly on top of the train platforms that allowed mail to be moved efficiently throughout the city, but has long lost that essential need as mail has become less important. And so 20 years ago, it was also adjacent to one of the largest unused plots of land in all of New York City. So this is the west side directly next to the Farley Building, which is now called Moynihan Station. And there was an analysis done that showed that those two pieces together, a newly revitalized Moynihan Station and a rezoning of the entire western side of the city, would unlock somewhere in the range of 40 to 50 million square feet of development, built sustainably around a new transit hub. And this is about halfway built. I think everyone's familiar with Hudson Yards, which is about 18 million square feet. Manhattan West, which is this block here, designed by SOM, which is another 6 million square feet. So we're already halfway to reimagining this. And so to find a building of this caliber connected to this many subway stations, as well as sitting on top of the Northeast Corridor, is a kind of once in a lifetime opportunity. And yet it still took, 4 administrations, a quarter of a century from conception to completion. It will be completed in a couple of weeks. The idea behind the building is to conserve and revitalize the exterior structure and then to insert a modern 21st century train station. The back half of the building, which is about 500,000 square feet, about 50,000 square meters, becoming state-of-the-art workplace, which the lease was just signed by Facebook for the entirety of that area. And you can see the development that it has spurred along with the building's revitalization. The building is a full New York City block, 2 blocks actually, and is a series of courtyard spaces. And there's nothing on the inside of this building. It was a pure warehouse. And so the idea was to reimagine it as a kind of 21st century icon that is nestled in a historic building. And you can see the relationship between what was the original mail sorting room, where the tracks, mail trains would get off, now is the ultimate people sorting room for New York City. This room is at the scale of Vanderbilt Hall and Grand Central. It is truly one of the next great spaces in New York City. And instead of arriving into those dark platforms, you now ascend into a skylit room, which is about the marriage of 21st century parabolic, computer-driven structural thinking, as well as bolts and rivets from 100 years ago. And we think that that is a very nice metaphor for how to think about how to grow a city, is to respect that past and that future. And you get a sense then of the future hope, which is that this is offering significant new capacity to the rail system, which will allow us to essentially create swing space to address the other block, the Penn Station question that has bedeviled so many people in New York for so long. And SOM, as well as others, are starting to look at, with this new capacity, what can we do now to transform the other half of this? The two pieces together are what the governor has begun calling Empire Station, and expanding the capacity there. And this is just one question and one point about perseverance. You'll see the first scheme that SOM did for this was from 1999, 21 years from first scheme to completion. And we're very excited to see the project come to fruition.
Thank you. I know we're at time, but I want to quickly ask my panelists one question out of this, and that is, these are all incredibly inspiring architectural visions and developments and mixed-use projects. My question is given the disruption that we've seen from the pandemic and the effects that it's had on public transit ridership and rail ridership around the world how are you thinking about future-proofing these projects if we see development patterns shift? In many ways, each of these is imagining, by being built around rail hubs, that we'll continue the pattern of commuting on a daily basis from some place in the metropolis to another place where we will work and then come home. If Suresh is correct about the 15-minute city and other cities are pushing this notion that we will live life more locally, how do we rethink the position of your projects in the broader metropolis of this? And I want to open this up to anyone who might have a comment on this about about thinking about, will these become the seeds of new cities unto themselves, where no one actually takes the trains, but these become, entire urban cores among themselves. Any particular thoughts? Colin, I guess I'd maybe perhaps call on you if you have a quick thought for a moment, given we know the New York context well enough, and there's all sorts of doubts about the ability of New York to recover from the pandemic given its financial issues.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot of hope that we can look at both state and federal governments to acknowledge the importance of density and dense cities relative to the triple pandemic of climate change, resiliency, and public health. I think that mass transit is going to be an essential ingredient in addressing those three things simultaneously, and particularly ground transportation. In terms of future-proofing, I still think that you want to create a malleable zoning code that doesn't so dictate the uses that you don't end up with a homogeny of office or a homogeny of residential. You do want that integrated, vibrant, mixed-use reality. But I would also, again, make the pitch that what part of future-proofing is acknowledging that buildings that have historic character have value, and if they can be durable for a full century, we can find new ways to use them as well.
Excellent, thank you. I'd like to open this up to anyone else before we go. Please, Suresh.
Greg, maybe I would just like to point that I believe there will be the concept of 15-minute city and 15-minute neighborhood, which will take its own shape and it will accelerate. I think the role of public mass transit will change. The role of public mass transit, from connecting people where they live to where they work, is the thing of the current and the past. It will be about connecting people from where they live to experience something different. And it necessarily will not be about going to work, right? Right now, it's about living in a suburb and working in a midtown or a downtown or one of those city centers, right? But the reason will change. Public mass transit will still be, I would say, the spine of moving people. But the reason will change is what my way of future of the space will be.
Thank you.
If I could add just one thing. So the pandemic is certainly an event that's changing everything so radically, but this shifting of decreasing number of passenger ships and people working from home has been happening in the past. And our clients, they have recognized this. So they have been slowly shifting their business focus from, being the provider of transportation to actually creating what Sharish said about creating a city that is within a 15-minute or 20 minutes that is very central, and then allow their business to develop different types of developments or creating IT structure or financial services. So that shift has been happening from some time ago. And really, it is about the destinations that define how these transportations are linked to.
Thank you so much. Yana or Sergey, any final thoughts on particularly how this could affect Russian cities' development going forward?
I agree with the counterpart that since the changes has already been happening and the project that I showed in my presentation appeared not yesterday because of the pandemic, they appeared much before. I think that development trends with the development of public spaces that invite people to lead healthy lifestyle with self-sufficient town centers, where this 15-minute town is carried out, has already been in place, but it has become more urgent now during the pandemic. However, I think that technological development affects on the movement of people more, because we see that people are start working remotely, and that affects technology more than development of transport. And I think we will not see the shift. I think that we will see the shift from 15 minutes to 0 minutes because people will be working from home. However, we cannot predict everything, but the trends that we see now, we have already seen them before, I think, and I do not think that they will change. And what colleagues demonstrated today is something that we have seen here too.
Excellent. Thank you. And Yana, please, a final thought.
Я согласна с тем, что вот железная дорога,
I
она на
agree
самом
that
деле
railroad
является важным каркасом, и,
is an
возможно, в будущем
important
она будет вводить
structure,
людей
and
от
in
работы
future
к
it will
дому,
be delivering
в
people
том
not
числе и
only
к
from home
большому
to work,
рекреационному
but also
пространству,
to large
которое развивается
recreational
вокруг
space
городов.
that
И действительно
evolves
сейчас
around
мы
towns.
можем себе
And
позволить
now we
2 дня
can
быть в одном месте, 2 в
allow
другом. И в
ourselves to
российском
lead few
контексте это
days in
очень
one place and
актуально,
few
так
days
как у
in a
нас там
different
есть
place. And
дачи, есть
especially relevant it is
малые
in
поселения, куда
Russia,
люди
because we
переезжают. Мне
have
кажется,
small
что в этом
places where
плане
people
для
live and they
российских городов
relocate
железная
there.
дорога еще более
That is
важный
why
каркас,
railroad is
так
even
как
more
ты можешь
important
жить вот в
um,
15-минутном
in
маленьком
Russia,
городе,
because you
но
can
очень
lead,
быстро попасть в большую метрополию
because
и
you
там
can
на
easily
рабочую
access
встречу
a
и так
large
далее.
town from a small one
Ничего не
in
вижу
case you
здесь
have an
никаких
urgent meeting
противоречий.
there.
Надо
So I don't
развивать.
see any contradictions here. We need to develop this.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all so much. I would say it was a pleasure moderating all of you today to see your fantastic future visions of this. I know I look forward to seeing the plans afoot in Moscow and in Russia at next summer's Moscow Urban Forum when we reconvene in person. And I look forward, of course, to visiting Tokyo, New York, and beyond to see these visions as well. So thank you all so much. Have a lovely evening in Moscow, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
that was about his great-grandfather, Mr. Montgomery, that was one of Episcopes in Tasmania. In 2013, Charles Montgomery wrote a book, Happy Cities, and it was published in Russia in 2019 by Man Ivanov and Ferber Publishing Agency. And about how to make cities happy. What is it? Is it a magic or is it a real art? And this is what Charles Montgomery will be talking about today. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Dobry вечер. It is such a pleasure to speak to you, my friends in Russia and across Europe and around the world today. I know these are dark and difficult times, but the pandemic has been challenging for people around the world, and I would like to bring you a message of hope. And that is this: if we follow our hearts, but also the evidence that links urban design and urban planning and an urban policy to human well-being, we can create cities that are happier, healthier, and more inclusive for everyone. And it's a bright future. So I would like to share with you some science and some stories today, but I want to begin with a question for you to ponder. And that's this: I'm curious if you can think about which street edge is a happier place. Is it this edge, which is a little bit dirty, a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic, with some small shops, services, openings, a little bar? Or is it this street edge, which is clean, which is modern, which has a glass wall looking in at a health food store along the way? So ponder that. Which of these two street edges on the same street in New York City is a happier place? Now, that question, which place is happier, matters much more than most people think. And before giving you an answer to that question, I want to set the stage for what we'll be speaking about today. So I've spent the last 15 years examining the relationship between urban design, city spaces, architecture, city systems, and what we've come to call the science of happiness or the science of well-being. And this work has convinced me that the places we create, the communities, neighborhoods, buildings, and cities, they change the way we feel, they change the way we move, and they change the way we treat other people in ways that most of us don't even imagine. So we now have the evidence to link urban design to human well-being. And this means we have a responsibility, whether you're a politician, an urban planner, an engineer, an architect, a mobility specialist, a property developer. We have the responsibility to undo some of the damage our cities have done over the last 100 years and to create new places that fill people with joy and wonder and possibility. So that's where I want to take you today. But I think anytime we're talking about happy cities, we need to start with the question, well, what do we mean by happiness? Well, it's a question that we've been debating for a couple of thousand years, ever since Aristotle stood out in the Agora in ancient Athens and spoke about eudaimonia, our human well-being. Well, fortunately, over the past couple of decades, we can go beyond speculation because scientists are finding evidence for that link between well-being and our physical presence in the human body. So, for example, people who say they are happier, they have more activity in the pleasure centers of their brains. They have lower levels of stress hormones coursing through their bodies. So my colleagues and I think it makes a lot of sense to take our cues and our lessons from science and apply them to the world around us and the places we create. So we're drawing from psychology, from neuroscience, from behavioral economics, from public health, and from other disciplines, including architecture and urban planning, when these disciplines actually study the results of the places they create or change. And we have created what we feel is a very robust recipe for urban well-being and how to design urban well-being. And you'll be glad to know I'm not going to take you through the entire recipe today. There's a book for that. You can read it. It's very good. My mother would be very happy if you bought it for Christmas. Instead, I want to focus on the element of urban well-being that matters more than anything else. What matters most to urban well-being? Well, I think most of us who have been enduring the isolation and the disconnection of the coronavirus pandemic would not be surprised to learn that it's human connection. It's our relationship with other people. We'll do anything to be together with those we love. And in fact, people who are socially connected to family and to friends, they get sick less often, they're more productive at work, they're more likely to survive cancer, their communities are happier, and they live on average 15 years longer than people who are socially disconnected. And you might think, well, of course, family and friends are very important to my happiness. But this goes beyond your family and friends. Studies are now showing that our relationship with everybody else in the city also matters. How much can you trust your neighbors? How much can you trust strangers? These are very important questions, and they play out in studies of happiness across cities and nations. For example, looking at my own country, Canada, there's a strong relationship between people's self-reported life satisfaction and how much they say they can trust their neighbors. So if you don't know Canada, what you're seeing on this graph is that Canada's big, rich cities are losing on happiness. Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, losers. Who's winning? A humble, small town, not very wealthy on the east coast of Canada called St. John's. Now, many of my friends, my hippie friends here in Vancouver say, see, money doesn't matter for happiness. Well, they're wrong. Money really does matter. What this graph is showing you is that the social effect overwhelms the financial effect. Social relationships are that important. Now, if all you care about is economic wealth, well, I have a message for you as well. There's an extremely strong correlation between levels of trust in your country and economic performance. Trusting cities, trusting countries do better. Now, I have some concerning news about Russia. In the World Happiness Report in 2020, Russia scored 73rd amongst nations on happiness. Now, what this chart is telling us is when they break down the surveys and compare them to other questions being asked about the economy and about relationships, we see that Russia's low level of self-reported happiness, the biggest explainer is something called social support. Put quite simply, Russians are much less likely than, for example, Danes or even Mexicans to report that they have people to count on, that they have good relationships with neighbors, friends, and even strangers. And so this is something that's essential for Russians to work on, and this is something we can work on through our work in urban design and planning. So I want to start at the building level. And then as I go through my presentation, I will build up to the level of the neighborhood and then this urban system. But let's start with the building. Let's start with home. As I mentioned, I'm from Canada. This is my city, Vancouver. Now, Vancouver's core, which I believe Larry Beasley spoke about earlier in this forum, is a very beautiful, high status place of tall residential towers. Well, unfortunately, surveys are reporting that the people who live in our tower neighborhoods are less happy and have worse relationships than people who live closer to the ground. We investigated this. We've been interviewing people who live in various urban environments. For example, this building, which is a tower of the Vancouverist typology that Larry Beasley spoke about earlier. So a tall, thin tower, so everybody gets a view along a podium base with shops and services. On this tower, for example, though, on the third story of the building is a recreational area. So you see a volleyball court and gardens. And facing this recreational area, you see about 12 townhouses who all have entrances facing the garden. So you have a tower with about 300 units and then 12 units of townhouses. Now, what we found is people who live up in that tower, they're reporting feeling disconnected. They don't know their neighbors. They have less trust in their neighbors. But people who are living on this townhouse level, on the third floor podium, they're expressing high levels of trust. And what's really interesting is they use this outdoor space. They're using the volleyball court. They're having cocktail parties. They seem to be having a great time. So what's interesting is in one of the people we interviewed, this man's name is Rob. He moved to the tower when it first opened. And he found he was very lonely there. So he eventually moved down to one of the townhouses at the base. And within weeks, he knew all the names of his neighbors. Within months, he was babysitting their children, taking care of their children. Now, all these people go on vacations together. Rob told me when I said, would you say you love your neighbors? And he said, love like family? And I said, yes. And he said, I would say I love 7 of my neighbors. Now, when you consider the average American says they can only trust 1.5 people on the whole planet, this is remarkable. This shift from the tower to this more clustered social environment. This really got my team and I thinking, what explains the difference in happiness, but mostly the difference in social relations in these two places? Well, we spent a lot of money and many months working to pull together the evidence on social well-being and multi-family housing to explain these relationships between design and well-being and relationships. And I'll give you 2 pieces of evidence we found. Why was the townhouse level more social and more socially connected? So, number 1, the townhouse level had these soft entrances where you could connect with your neighbors without inviting them inside. And as it turns out, that's exactly what we need to begin the relationships of friendship, is these soft opportunities. That being compared to being stuck in an elevator with one of, say, 300 people you don't know so well, it's obvious which one leads to people reaching out to each other. There's also the question of social scale. So from evolutionary anthropology, we're learning that people historically have tended to gather in smaller groups. And in fact, every time we meet a new person, we have to decide whether to remember their name or not. It's a lot of work for our brains. Often, if you're confronted with hundreds of people every day, you consider them to be strangers, not worth getting to know. But if the social cluster is, say, 10, 15, 20 people, we begin to reach out, we begin to remember each other and care for one another. So those are 2 pieces of evidence. We've taken the entirety of our body of evidence on social well-being and built form and poured them into one, what we call a happy, connected home. This is Tomo House, which stands for Together More, where all the evidence has come together. So a few of the things that Tomo House is doing to create social relationships. Number 1, only 12 families under one roof. Number 2, extensive social spaces within the building, including the courtyard you see at the back. Number 3, soft circulation so that people can see their neighbors and bump into their neighbors without necessarily inviting them inside for dinner yet. That comes later. And the innovations go on. What I'm saying is we can design places that maximize strong, positive social relationships. Okay, so let's think about the Russian context. We know that you have millions of units of these, I think they're called Khrushchevsky, the old mid-century housing that was built. We know it is decrepit, it's falling apart. In some cases, you're tearing it down and replacing it with towers where everybody enjoys views. How would those towers be performing socially? Well, let's look a little bit closer. We see environments where, again, people are faced with hundreds of people, hundreds of neighbors in their elevators, so they're pushed together. But look at the base of these buildings. There is no intermediate social space. There are no smaller gathering spaces. And so when you walk out your front door, this is your front yard. You are sharing a public space with thousands and thousands of other people. We've learned from our work that this causes people to recede from one another. So we would be very concerned that you may not be happier in these environments. And in fact, people who live in residential towers are the most likely to report feeling crowded and lonely at the very same time. It doesn't need to be that way, but it's often the case. Where do the children play in these new environments? We see developers are creating plenty of places for cars to play and cars to sleep, but what about the children? We've been very impressed in our research by the work of Studio Strelka in Moscow to take the old Khrushchevsky housing and say, what can you do with these spaces to make them livable, to update them? And Studio Strelka, I've stolen one of their images from their website, has done this powerful work looking at renovating and rejuvenating the Khrushchevsky housing so that, first of all, you give people private space and balconies, because private space is so important. You renovate and make the buildings stronger. You create smaller social spaces on the roofs of these buildings. You activate the bases of the buildings with bigger spaces for shops and services and social gatherings. And it goes on. There's one more piece. They suggest reintroducing a street grid so you can have smaller, slower streets, and then adding more small buildings to activate spaces that were once too big or alienating. Strelka, through their research, insists that this can be provide more housing at 30% lower cost than demolishing these neighborhoods and building towers. So it's something we think is worth considering. And it's, of course, happening elsewhere. We see in Eastern Germany, they're performing these renovations. Okay, I want to talk about public space now. My team and I, we love to play around and conduct experiments in public space. One experiment was this. We worked with the Guggenheim Museum in New York City on an urban laboratory, and they invited us to create experiments. So I pulled in our neuroscientist partners from the University of Waterloo, and we looked at the Lower East Side of Manhattan. We created a tour to find out which public spaces made people feel happy and excited or not. Now, we used this incredible Canadian invention known as the BlackBerry. If any of you listening are very old, you may remember the BlackBerry. I think it's dead now, but we used the BlackBerry so people could punch in their feelings. I feel happy, I feel sad, I feel excited, I feel calm. We also used these wrist cuffs to measure how excited people were in any moment. We learned many things, but one thing we learned is this. Remember those two street edges I mentioned to you at the beginning of this presentation. We've got the messy street edge on the left and the clean street edge on the right. Well, as it turns out, you can consider which ones you thought were going to be the happiest. And I'll tell you, the hundreds of people who joined our tours found that the street edge on the left, the messy street edge, made them much happier. They felt happier standing here and relaxing here. Why is that? It's messy, it's dirty, it's chaotic. Well, it turns out that people slow down in environments like this. There are more reasons to stop. And we find that people are actually happier when they move more slowly and when they're engaging with things and other people. In the environment on the right, in the clean environment, people walk more quickly. And we also know from research in Canada that older adults get older more quickly and die sooner in those environments because there are fewer places for them to walk to. So, okay, happiness is a feeling. People feel happier in these messy, slow spaces. But what about their behavior? Does the environment change their behavior? We followed up on this experiment in Seattle, where we surveyed urban landscapes looking for, on the one hand, active or slow edges with lots of things going on, maybe messy, and on the other hand, fast edges, blank edges where nothing was going on. And then we sent our volunteers out to pretend that they were lost tourists. So here's one of our lost tourists looking at her map, pretending to be completely lost, and then waiting to see if anybody will come and help her. So in these two kinds of environments, how did strangers treat our lost tourists? In the active environment on the left and the blank environment on the right, they produced remarkably different social actions. Along the active, slow environment, with lots of small shops and services, pedestrians were 4 times as likely to stop and offer to help. When she said, oh, you know, could you just lend me your phone? They were absolutely more likely to lend their phone. And then when our helpless lost tourist said, oh, geez, you know, can you please just take me where I need to go? I'm completely lost. You've got to take me there. Again, they were 4 times as likely to take her where she needed to go. And that particular volunteer actually managed to get a date out of this experience. They're probably married now, but you know, this is very bad research methodology. So we did scold her afterwards. But the point is, these environments don't just change how we feel. They change how we behave. So this means that Happiness Street in Dubai is a disaster because they've killed the edge of the street, whereas the old neighborhoods in Dubai are still active and friendly and welcoming. In Poland, you see the difference between the dead edge and the active edge that can change our behavior and our feelings. Okay, I want to be moving beyond the street edge now to be thinking about streets and mobility spaces and other public spaces, going a bit beyond this. And indeed, we've concluded that how we move changes how we feel. So surveys around the world are showing that people who walk or bike in their commute, they feel much more joy and much lower fear, rage, and sadness than people moving in by any other means. So this is an exciting thing to learn. If we want to be happier, we just need to walk more and we need to bike more. Well, if you look at Moscow itself, only 3% of the people are walking, 3% biking. So only 6% of the people are commuting in the way that is actually the fastest route to happiness. Almost nobody is moving that way. So what's going on? Well, we do know that in a city like Moscow, you've moved so many residential neighborhoods away from the city heart, and you haven't mixed uses in those neighborhoods so that people are not able to work close to home. They're not able to walk to work. So that's an issue with the central plan, and I believe many of you are thinking about changing that and adding a more mix of uses and moving jobs and home closer together. But there's something else going on. Could there be something about the way you have historically designed your streets and public spaces that could be deterring people from walking? I did a little Google tour of Moscow this past weekend. I got a little bit scared in these spaces, and I want to be clear why I'm using that word scared. I felt scared looking at this street. Why did I feel scared? Well, my emotion was natural. Going back to our investigation of New York City, where we fitted people with skin conductance monitors that measured their level of arousal or excitement in the moment, their physical excitement in the moment. We looked at our neuroscientist friend, Dr. Ellard, looked at how do people feel when they're crossing this particular street you're viewing. This is East Houston Street. How do they feel? How do their bodies react? Well, here's what we saw in his results when people were about to cross the street. Now notice the two mountains. There's a mountain on the left side, a smaller mountain, and then a big mountain when they cross. These are mountains of arousal. If you combine arousal with negative affect or low happiness, that's called stress. It's horrible. And what I want you to see here is that people started feeling highly aroused while they were standing on the sidewalk, just thinking about crossing the street. They became scared. And then, of course, the arousal went up as they crossed the street. What this means, though, is that someone like this woman needs to be extremely brave to consider crossing a busy street because she'll begin to feel fear even before she makes the crossing, which means the other half of the neighborhood may not be available to her. And she's scared for a very good reason, of course. We know that something like enough people die in traffic accidents to fill up 39 jumbo jets in Russia every year. The number's coming down a little bit every year, but it's still important to note that your streets are 7 times as dangerous as German streets. How can you slow them down? Here's where, despite the horrors of the global pandemic we're experiencing, and they are horrors, and we're experiencing pain together, and that should never be diminished. I could think of one good thing that may come out of our experience this past year, and that is this, is that cities around the world are reconsidering how streets are used. Cities around the world are reconsidering what a safe street looks like. How can we slow streets down now that more and more people want to be on the street to socialize or to move? So we're slowing streets down. We're also realizing as people move to more cycling in cities, which isn't necessarily true, but it feels safer than public transport. We're making spaces that are safer for cyclists to move through. Cities such as Auckland in New Zealand, the national government in New Zealand is paying 90% of the cost to make these changes permanent. They want the streets to be for people again, not just for cars. This will save lives over the long term, but it will create a new social life in the city. Now, I know that some of this work has already begun in Moscow. With your renovation of the garden ring and pedestrianization of some of those spaces. I applaud you for this. I also know how incredibly expensive it is to do these high status projects when most people are living in places outside the core, and they're still waiting for that work to happen. And I think we can take inspiration from places like Mexico City, where they found low-cost ways to identify excess road space that might be reclaimed and given to pedestrians in a very low-cost way. And they do it using cones and paint. And these places become reclaimed, they become social spaces, but they also become more equitable spaces where it's easier for everybody to move. Now, you might say, well, this is Russia, it's not Mexico, right? You know, we have a lot of snow here. So I invite you to take some inspiration from this fellow. No, he's not dead. No, he was not hit by a car. This is a fellow in a northern Canadian city who loves to lie down on the snow and streets to demonstrate that wherever you see excess snow sitting on the street in winter, that means cars just generally aren't using that space. What that means is we can reclaim that space from cars to create pedestrian spaces. This is a movement that's occurring in northern cities around the world. And here you can see where in the USA, snow space is identified in one winter and then reclaimed into permanent pedestrian, safe and social space the next summer. So this can happen. Okay, one last story I want to share with you. And it's something that's important to say because often when we were speaking about the message of happier cities, more inclusive cities, the response we get is, well, isn't happiness just icing on the cake? I mean, first we need to make money, don't we, to pay for all these things. I want to assure you that everything you would do to make a happier, healthier place is also good for business. And I'll give you one example of this. So we were approached by British Land, which is the biggest property developer and owner in the United Kingdom. British Land controls, amongst other spaces, Paddington Central, which is just north of Paddington Station. So British Land are global leaders on sustainability, but they wanted to become leaders on well-being. And so how could they do this? So first of all, we worked with British Land's teams to look at the spaces they've created and then identify their own values for happiness and compare that to the evidence. And then we would begin to audit these places using clear happiness principles. How, for example, could Paddington Central be renovated to increase feelings of joy, social connection, good health, feelings of belonging, and feelings of equity, to create places where everybody felt they were welcome. And then we audit the place and come up with changes. Now, here is Kingdom Road in the heart of Paddington Central. If you ever go through London, just walk north of Paddington Station and you'll find it, but it doesn't look like this anymore. This is how it used to look: cold, corporate, hard surfaces, unwelcoming. Once we apply the happiness audit and change this place to specifically boost feelings of well-being, this is what they came up with: a place that is softer, that is greener, infused with nature, that is more playful, that is more welcoming. A remarkable thing that happened in this work was this: once we created this softer, more welcoming place, there was a 50% jump in women using the space. So this space didn't just become prettier and softer, it became a place that was more inclusive. Our cities too often are planned for men, by men. And we have got to start changing that work so that they're inclusive of everyone. Now, it's important to note who led this work at British Land, who pushed the hardest for it. I will tell you, it was the lease managers, the people who need to lease out the office buildings and the residences. Why? Because they knew that the happier place was easier to rent and lease rates would be higher. And that's exactly been the result of these changes. So I want to invite you into this movement to create happier, healthier places. And this has been just a taste of this movement. But I want to remind you, in all our work in design, in urban planning, in creating urban systems and city spaces, we have a choice. We can push people apart or we can draw them together. And if we choose to draw people together in places that are comfortable and joyful and welcoming, we can build a society that is more trusting, a society of care, a society of empathy, which is exactly the society we need if we're going to tackle the great challenges of our age. We need to be societies of trust and of care. We need to be social societies. And I would say we also need to be happier societies, and design can help us get there. Thank you so much for having me. I look forward to your questions.
Потрясающе.
A striking presentation. Amazed. And again, honestly, we'd like to invite you straight to Moscow to show you the very recent developments in Moscow, what changes we have seen even in this pandemic year. A great number of cycling roads have been built so that myth should be destroyed. I myself take bicycle to my office, and it took some effort to do that, and it's about 10 kilometers. It's quite a way, and I'm happy doing that. So I would like to ask you, who should initiate the change? The citizens are the authorities, the city authorities, who should initiate that? Grassroots are the tops. We don't have a happiness expert here in this panel, or even within the country. So in your opinion, who should initialize that?
Thank you for the question, and I'm so glad that you are cycling to work now. I share your happiness on this. You ask, who should be leading the change? The simple answer is everyone. It is all our jobs. So obviously, the politicians and the city planners who are leading policy and deciding expenditures must lead. At the same time, citizens must participate. Now, I am not familiar with the participatory culture in Russia, but here in Canada, we encourage citizens to go out in the middle of the night with a can of paint and reclaim their streets. Because when they do, they shame the local government into acting, and often the local government will follow up and make those changes permanent. There's one other group who are responsible for building happiness, and that is property developers. They have tremendous power to be shaping lives by shaping places. And it's been my experience that people in the property development industry really care about the lives of people who will live in the places they create. And I invite them to join this journey. And we're here to help.
Do
I get it right that it is not actually important what is the current political system of this or that big city? Let's say we don't care is it a developed democracy or a hard authoritarian regime like in North Korea. But the city planner can actually provide for a city for any person to feel happy, regardless of the regime prevailing in that particular country.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I would say this, what we are learning increasingly through our work, because we consider ourselves to be experts, and we believe it's important to follow the evidence, but we've learned a new lesson in the past few years, which is that, yes, we're the experts, but the real experts of the city are the people who live there. And the more that local authorities can bring the residents of the city into the process, can work with residents first to educate them about the design and well-being connection, but then to invite them into processes so we can co-imagine the future of the city together. To me, this produces the best results.
То есть все-таки речь идет о демократическом и либеральном устройстве.
So then basically talking about a democratic or liberal system, a system that allows for both city planners and citizens trusting each other and communicating directly. Again, what are the limitations? What are the other limitations for planning a happy city here in Russia that you have noticed?
So we think a great deal about habits because here in Canada and in North America generally, one of the reasons we plan bad places is because we developed very bad habits. Those habits now exist in our laws and our practices. I think bad habits can be fixed into place in any country and in any system. So I would think the question for Russians is, which of our planning habits are bad? Now, all of us developed a bad habit over the past 70 years. We decided that we needed to plan for the movement of automobiles as opposed to the movement of people. It's a difficult habit to change because the habit becomes built into your engineering and your street standards. So I would say changing those bad habits in any country, whether it's Russia or Canada, is crucial. And to me, that seems like a block. And I would also say one more thing. I think in Russia, you could be more open to experimentation. So everywhere we work, we see that governments find one model and they pursue one model, when in fact what we need is complexity. We need 1,000 models. And this is why I was so excited to find the work of Studio Strelka.
Okay, in your opinion, what are the 3 most happy cities in the world? And don't mention Vancouver, please.
Okay, ready? This will be called my idiosyncratic list. I'm going to say Copenhagen is at the top of the list for the way they value the freedom of everyone to move. I'm going to say Mexico City, because Mexico City breaks all the rules, and yet through its chaos, they've infused life into every city block. Life is happening, and the city is being redesigned to accommodate poorer people and help them move more easily. I'm also going to throw to you Melbourne, Australia, for the way they have rediscovered the power of small social spaces using what we call back alleys or side streets to become more social streets, to become wonderful places for people to gather. And there are dozens of others. I think there is a little bit of happy city in every city in the world, to be honest.
Thank you so much. And let it be the last question, even though it's an important one. Well, we talk a lot, and most of your presentation, whatever we heard, a correct way to move towards a happy city. But in 2020, we faced a new reality. So it's impossible, if we revert to the first 2 original pictures, you know, a still full of pedestrians, mask-free. Nobody's wearing masks, very good. You have this pleasant chaos. Times have changed. Is it possible to minimize the stress of the citizens and try to maintain a higher level of happiness in these pandemic times? If yes, what are the recipes? If you could.
I'll try not to cry. We're in a lockdown in my city. We miss each other, and it's a sad time. But I will say a couple of things are effective. Number one, we cannot stop socializing, but we have to do it safely. What that means then is that we have to see each other outside, and we need so much more space to do it. If you do not have parks in your neighborhoods, then you need to take the streets, create safe spaces for people to gather at a distance from each other. And we need to infuse all of our city spaces with as much nature as we can. And there's one more piece. I think it's something that we all need to remember right now. And this is advice I heard from our chief medical health officer in British Columbia, in my province. And her advice is very simple. It's within all of us to be calm, to be kind, and to be safe, but to never stop being kind to one another and to see the goodness in one another, even while we're at distance.
It was very impressive. Thank you so much.
Great.
Спасибо большое. Это был headliner,
Thank you so much. That was the headliner, December 10, Moscow Urban Forum. We are now sitting right in the heart of Moscow, and Charles Montgomery was with us, and I'm Ksenia Chedinova, editor-in-chief of the SNOB project. Stay with us. It's getting to be more interesting. Thank you, and bye-bye.